Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get started. Madam Clerk, whenever you're ready.
Roll call. Council President Morrell.
Here.
Council Vice President Moreno.
Present.
Councilmember Deruso.
Yes.
Councilmember Harris. Councilmember King. Councilmember Green.
Present.
Councilmember Thomas. We have 5 members. We have a quorum.
Thank you. First up, we will start with the invocation. Pastor McDaniel.
Let us stand for a moment of prayer. Gracious God, our Father, how we honor you, how we adore you, how we thank you for your presence that is in this place. We thank you for this day that you've given us, God. We pray now that you would bless this council, God. Continue to crown them with wisdom and knowledge that only you can give. We thank you as they come together to meet on the behalf of the city, that you are going to lead them in a direction and you would have them to go. We thank you for the community that will be represented here today. We pray that everything will be done in your name. We ask these blessings today. Amen.
Amen. I will lead the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Before we get started on consent, since Pastor Buta is here, I'll take one collective bless you for all the sneezes I'll have for the rest of the meeting. So those of you who feel inclined to say bless you, just do one, because I'm going to be sneezing the entire meeting because of allergies. So thank you, Pastor. Madam Clerk.
Consent agenda. We have a communication from Aaron Spears. This may be received. We have a communication from Bryce Solomon. This may be received. Demo 23-15-113, 2233 through 35 Port Street, Council District D. Hearing date set for 4/10/25. We have a communication from John Williams, 241 Bourbon Street. Hearing date set for 4/10/25. We have a communication from Anthony Davis. This may be received and referred to the Public Works Committee. Public Works Committee recommended approval. We have a communication from Ariana Patton. This may be received and referred to the Public Works Committee. Public Works Committee recommended approval. We have a communication from Ann E. Kirkpatrick. This may be received and referred to the Criminal Justice Committee. See motion 25-180. We have a communication from Brianne McNamara. This may be received and referred to the Criminal Justice Committee. We have a communication from Darren P. Lumber. This may be received. We have a communication from Darren P. Lumber. This may be received. We have a communication from Amy B. Trepanier. This may be received and referred to the Budget Committee. We have a communication from Amy B. Trepanier. This may be received and referred to the Budget Committee. We have a communication from Amy B. Trepanier. This may be received and referred to the Budget Committee. We have a communication from Amy B. Trepanier. This may be received and referred to the Budget Committee. We have a communication from Amy B. Trepanier. This may be received and referred to the Budget Committee. We have a communication from Richard Corvette, 1137 St. Charles Avenue. This may be received. Hearing date set for 4/10/25. We have a communication from Andrea Summers. This may be received. 423 Gravia Street, Unit 3A. Hearing date set for 4/10/25. We have a reporter, Robert D. Rivers. This may be received. Hearing date set for 4/10/25. We have a reporter, Lene Crowley. This may be received. We have a reporter, Roman Samuel. This may be received and referred to the Budget Audit and Board of Review Committee. Hearing date set for 3/27/25. We have a reporter, Cassandra Robert. This may be received. We have a reporter, LaKenya Collins. This may be received. We have a report of Ashanti Gabriel. This may be received. We have a reporter, Robert D. Rivers. This may be received, suggesting hearing date 4/10/25. We have a reporter, Bianca Brown. This may be received. We have a reporter, Robert D. Rivers. This may be received, hearing date 4/10/25. We have a reporter, Eleanor Burke, 1137 St. Charles Avenue. This may be received. We have a reporter, Bianca Brown. This may be received. We have ordinance calendar number 34,990 by Councilmember Harris, 923 Julia Street, zoning docket 9424. We have ordinance calendar number 34,991 by Council Members Moreno and Thomas, zoning docket 9824. We have ordinance calendar number 34,993 by Council Member Harris, 3418 through 3434 LaSalle Street, zoning docket 124. We have ordinance calendar number 34,994 by Council Member Harris, 601 through 605 8th Street, zoning docket 10124. We have ordinance calendar number 34,995 by Councilmember Harris, 840 Baron Street, zoning docket 10224. We have ordinance calendar number 34,998 by Councilmember King, 3710 Pearl Street, zoning docket 525. We have ordinance calendar number 34,999 by Councilmember Jeruso, 4705 Iberville Street, zoning docket 625. We have ordinance calendar number 35,001 by Councilmember King, 1830 through 1840, North Claiborne Avenue and 2224 Polgar Street, zoning docket 125. We have motion M25-178 by Councilmember Morrell, Governmental Affairs recommended approval. We have motion M25-179 by Councilmembers Thomas, Jeruso, Green, and Harris by request. Public Works Committee recommended approval. We have motion M25-180 by Councilmembers Thomas, Jeruso, Green, and Harris by request. Public Works Committee recommended approval. We have motion M25-181 by Councilmembers Thomas, Jeruso, Green, and Harris by request. Public Works Committee recommended approval. We have motion M25-206 by Councilmembers King, Morrell, and Harris by request. Community Development Committee recommended approval. This is all matters on consent.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside, for comment.
In regards to number 12 and the DNA, I want to thank the council for continuing to support and push forward the independent ability of our police to do DNA analysis. I think it's very important. I'm grateful to my councilperson, Councilperson Harris, for her continuous support for getting DNA work done, either someday here locally or currently with state help, whether it's private providers or others. I think DNA is an important tool for our long-term policing ability to deal with reality, and I'm grateful for the efforts of everybody involved in trying to make it a local reality. Thank you all very much.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair. Yes.
I'd just like to express my condolences publicly to Mr. Burnside on the loss of his father. His memo came in yesterday. We may not have seen it, but his father passed just recently.
Thank you, Councilperson Green. I won't take very much of the city's time. I realize that they're very busy people. My father was 86 years old, and his passing is not necessarily a surprise to his family, but I will say that I was somewhat surprised. My father, I learned 2 days before his passing that he had had a major heart attack 4 months previous. So sometimes parents try to protect their children, and sometimes their children, particularly when they're 60 years old, don't necessarily want to be protected. So the family's dealing with various things, and I thank you for your expression of condolences.
With that, I'll move to adopt the consent agenda, seconded by Councilman Vice President Moreno. Please vote your machines. 6 yeas, no nays. The consent agenda is adopted.
At the top of page 47, item 56, we have motion M25-191 by Councilmembers Harris and Morrell, establishing the following emergency polling location change as an official polling place for the specified precincts within the parish of Orleans, limited in effect to the March 29, 2025 open municipal primary election only. We have Ward Precinct 1102, Engine House 1, Task Force number 52920 Magazine Street, temporary site Renew SciTech Academy, Laurel Street, 820 Jackson Avenue. We have Ward District 1104, 1105, 1108, and 1109. Original sites, Engine House 1, Task Force 52920 Magazine Street, temporary site Renew SciTech Academy, Laurel Site, 820 Jackson Avenue.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This motion moves the polling place at the Firehouse on Magazine Street to the Renew Laurel School. The original polling place is on the route of the Irish Channel St. Patrick's Day Parade, which may or may not happen because of weather. But we moved it because of a storm that delayed the parade, and it's now scheduled for this Saturday. The new polling place already serves as a polling place for other precincts and will have ample parking available and is off the route so voters will not be disturbed. Voters have been notified of this change. Any public comment? I'll move. Second by Councilmember Giarrusso. 5 yeas. Thank you.
At the bottom of the page, item 57, we have motion 25-195 by Councilmember Green, establishing the following emergency temporary polling location changes as the official polling place for the specified precincts within the parish of Orleans for the upcoming March 29, 2025 election municipal primary election. We have Ward Precinct 723, 724, and 726. Original site, New Orleans Public Library, 3001 Gentilly Boulevard. Temporary site, Dillard University, Kearney Hall, 2601 Gentilly Boulevard. Enter through main gate.
This polling location change is based on limited access to the library, the Norman Meyer Library, and it moves it nearby to the campus of Dillard University. If there are no cards and no comments, I move for approval of motion M25-195. Members, and seconded by Council President Morrell. Members, please vote your machines. 6 yeas and no nays. Thank you.
Five yeas. We have number 58 at the top of page 48, motion M25-197 by Councilmember Moreno, requesting and authorizing the President of Council to sign a contract with Urban Campaign Strategies, LLC on terms and conditions expressed in request for qualifications CC 2305 for the term of 1 year with up to a 1-year extension with the maximum compensation under such contract up to $50,000.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Members, this follows the legislation that we had, I guess now a year or two ago, that codified the rights of city workers to organize and form a union. And part of that particular ordinance required that the council employ a labor relations advisor. So the Selection Review Committee met and unanimously found that Urban Campaign Strategies was the recommended responsive firm. So with that, I'll make a motion to adopt because I see no public comment. Seconded by Councilmember Morrell. 5 yeas, no nays.
At the top of page 35, item 20, we have ordinance calendar number 35,007 by Councilmember Moreno. An ordinance to ordain and establish section 70-49 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to prohibit the use of public funds, including through the use of city-issued credit cards, to pay for expenses associated with the purchase of alcoholic beverages during business travel for the City of New Orleans and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. What this does is it specifically prohibits reimbursements for alcohol. This puts us in line with many private workplaces, but most importantly also brings us in line with current state law. Councilmember Morrell?
Yeah, I'll be brief. Essentially, I appreciate Council Vice President bringing this motion. Honestly, when I entered city government, I wasn't aware that you could be reimbursed for alcoholic beverages because at the state level, that's never been the case. And in consultation and discussions with other surrounding parishes and other municipal governments, it is more common that it is banned and highly uncommon that it is not in the city of New Orleans. So I appreciate you bringing this to make us in line with everybody else.
Thank you, Council President. I see no comments. With that, I'll make a motion to adopt. Seconded by Council President Morrell. Six yeas, no nays.
Y'all plan to defer the tree ordinance? I heard you was going last.
At the top of page 32, we have item 15, ordinance calendar number 34,707 by Councilmember King by request. An ordinance to amend and reordain Section 10-160 of the Code of the City of New Orleans relative to fines and penalties to incorporate changes to the LARS 33-1375 as amended by 2023 LA Acts number 304 HB 276, including an increase to the maximum monetary penalties and otherwise to provide with respects thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This ordinance is by request of the administration. It will incorporate changes to state law to increase fines for ABO violations. The previous fine for the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board was $100 to $500 per violation. By instituting the higher fines, we hope to impose a fine amount on bad actors that would affect their business and be seen as more than a small inconvenience. Make a motion to adopt.
Council members, I have to recuse myself from this and the other ABO because my husband owns bars and restaurants.
5 yeas. The motion is adopted.
Item 16, legislative group, and we have ordinance calendar number 34,872 by Councilmember King. An ordinance to amend and reordain Section 150-953 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to provide for the issuance of probationary occupational license in connection with the issuance of a probationary alcohol permit and otherwise to provide respects thereto. We have amendment to ordinance calendar number 34,872, which is being withdrawn. We have a second amendment to ordinance calendar number 34,872 by Councilmember King. An amendment to rename probationary alcoholic beverage outlet permits to temporary alcoholic beverage outlet permits, to rename probationary occupational license to temporary occupational license, and to add a 2-year sunset provision to the code amended effectuated by this ordinance. We have ordinance calendar number 34,873 by Councilmember King, an ordinance to ordain and amend and reordain sections 10-107 and 10-132 respectively of the Code of the City of New Orleans to establish a probationary alcoholic beverage permit and a procedure for the issuance of a probationary renewal permit pending appeal of denial of renewal application to Alcoholic Beverage Control Board and otherwise to provide respects thereto. We have an amendment to ordinance calendar number 34,873 by Councilmember King, which has been withdrawn. We have a second amendment to the ordinance calendar 34,873 by Councilmember King, an amendment to rename probationary alcoholic beverage outlet permits to temporary alcoholic beverage outlet permits, to add a sunset provision to the code amendments officiated by this ordinance to require that the use specified in the alcoholic beverage outlet permit application be permitted use, valid conditional use, or valid legal non-conforming use within the zoning district of the subject property, to provide renewals for temporary alcoholic beverage outlet permits, to prohibit renewals of temporary alcoholic beverage outlet permits, to prohibit issuance of temporary alcoholic beverage outlet permits to applicants or listed business owners who have been found guilty of a violation related to alcoholic beverage sales or public safety within the previous 365 days, and to make explicit certain existing state requirements. Then there's a third amendment. I'm sorry, y'all. An amendment to provide the opportunity for district council members to review temporary alcoholic beverage outlet permits application to clarify that such permit is a privilege and not a right. Amendments on page 1, amendment number 2, line 5, delete 5 and insert 10 in lieu thereof. On page 2, amendment number 2, line 8, insert the following after paragraph 8.3. 4, the council member for the district in which the subject property is located does not object for good cause to the issuance of the temporary alcoholic beverage outlet permit. On page 2, amendment 2, line 17, immediately before the period ending paragraph C, insert the following, nor shall any such permit entitle the applicant to any non-conforming use under the comprehensive zoning ordinance or to give a rise to any property rights or claims of detrimental reliance. Councilmember King.
All right. Councilmember Harris.
Just yet again, I have to recuse myself because my husband owns bars and restaurants.
Councilmember Morrell.
I just want to thank Councilman Jeruso and Councilman King for working diligently on a series of amendments to address a host of community concerns. I do want to note for the record that part of what the underlying issue that's being addressed by this ordinance is the fact that we are triaging the current state of safety of permits. We are providing avenues and vehicles to not negatively impact businesses that are seeking to open or to continue to operate, particularly when it comes to the transfer of ownership of businesses. Something that I know that Councilman King has heard time and time again is that it should not be so hard that if someone is transferring a restaurant from one party to another and that person has to reapply to serve wine and beer, that they should have to wait 6 months to get that done. So I appreciate all the work y'all did. Like I said, I want to give particular kudos to Councilman Jeruso for diligently working to address all the concerns and to provide a host of governors and resources so that this is not abused. And most importantly, I want to thank Councilman King for allowing for a sunset, because we are certainly hoping that safety of permits can rise to meet this challenge, and that in the future, near future, this will not be necessary. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember, you good? Councilmember Moreno?
I was just going to say thank you also for the great collaboration between you and Councilmember Jeruso and the other district council members.
So now we're going to vote on the motion to amend. Which amendment are we taking off? I just want to make sure.
The first one should be, 34,872 that we're voting on the First Amendment.
Which agenda item number?
You're gonna do item number 16, it's all one legislative grouping, so we're gonna vote, to amend 34,872 and then vote on the ordinance as amended, and then we'll go to 34,873 and do item F, which is the First Amendment by Councilmember King, and then the Second Amendment by Councilmember Jeruso and King.
So we're voting on
Then as
16C
amended.
first.
Yes, we're voting on 16C first and then A as amended.
Everyone good with that?
So we could start the vote for item number C, which is the amendment to 34,872.
All right. Make a motion to amend. Second by Councilman Jeruso. Four yeas. Do we need Councilman Morrell? We good? We good, okay.
No, it's- All right, and then we'll vote on item number A as amended.
Okay.
Councilmember, did you want to take public comment at this point?
We take public comment at this time. We're going to do public comment real quick.
All right, we have 5 online comments for this legislative grouping. First one is from Zella May. I'm writing to express my strong support for Councilmember Freddie King's proposed ordinance 34,872, seeking to amend Section 159.53 of the City Code. This amendment will allow businesses to obtain a probationary occupational license alongside a probationary alcohol permit, streamlining permitting process and providing much-needed flexibility. This ordinance is a critical step toward fostering a more business-friendly environment in New Orleans by enabling businesses to operate while their alcohol permit is under review. It will reduce unnecessary delays, alleviate financial burdens on business owners, and support economic growth. Additionally, this change will encourage entrepreneurship and contribute to a thriving local economy while maintaining compliance with necessary regulations. I urge the City Council to vote in favor of 34,872. Thank you for your time, leadership, and commitment to policies to strengthen the community. I appreciate your consideration in this important matter. The next comment is from Zach Smith. So starting a business in New Orleans can already be a challenge, but unnecessary regulatory redundancies can make it even harder. The City Council is now taking steps to streamline outdated rules, eliminating overlapping regulations that slow down permitting and approvals. These changes will help businesses across the city open their doors faster, critical in those early months when delays can mean the difference between success and failure. By cutting red tape, the Council is making it easier for entrepreneurs to thrive, boosting the local economy and strengthening our business community. And let's be clear, this does not alter or lower the safety thresholds for physical conditions of spaces. Next comment is from Susan Johnson, who says, historic New Orleans neighborhoods oppose the probationary ABO measures. Please maintain the current regulations as established in the city code. As written, these laws require businesses applying for new or renewed ABO permits to provide evidence of strict compliance with all permitting requirements. The proposed probationary ABOs would lower standards, potentially compromising the safety of the community. In an era of unexplained building collapses around the city, we need to keep our building standards as strict as possible. It's up to us to stay vigilant, especially in the French Quarter, Bywater, and Marigny. Thank you, Councilmember King. Signed, Susan Johnson. The next comment is from Kevin Ferguson, who's a paid representative for New Orleans & Co. On behalf of New Orleans & Company, I am writing to express our support for the proposed ordinance 34873, as well as the amendments to the ordinance. Businesses in our city deal with a myriad of challenges routinely, and while they still find ways to deliver exceptional experiences, we must address the issues that we can control. We commend the council's efforts to address legitimate administrative delays, particularly those caused by staffing shortages that have impeded the timely processing of alcoholic beverage outlet permits. These delays can have significant consequences for our businesses, workforce, and city in reduced revenue, wages, and taxes when they are not able to operate. We all share a common goal to foster an environment in which responsible businesses can thrive. We are particularly appreciative of the safeguards included in this ordinance by prohibiting renewals of temporary permits and disqualifying applicants with recent violations related to alcoholic beverage sales for public safety. The ordinance helps ensure that temporary permitting is not used as a loophole for negligent operators to evade compliance. These provisions strike a balance between supporting legitimate businesses and maintaining accountability. We also support the ordinance's clarity regarding zoning requirements and its alignment with existing state regulations, which will provide additional transparency and consistency for both applicants and the community. Our last comment is from Robert Haylock. He says, in today's climate of hopeful transparency / efficiency in government and business, let's make it easier, not harder, to get something done. That's a few online comments.
All right. Thank you, sir. I make a motion, it was seconded by Councilman Morrell. Motion to adopt as amended. 4 yeas, no nays, one recusal. Thank you. 5 yeas.
All right. On page 33, we'll vote on item F, Amendment 1, Councilmember King Amendment.
So I'm going to vote to amend. It says motion to adopt. All right, motion to amend, second by Councilmember Morrell. Second, 4 yeas, no nays, one recusal. 5 yeas.
And then Councilmember Giuliso Amendment.
All right. First, I want to start by thanking Councilmember King and his staff. He has regularly had communications with me, and we spoke again late yesterday afternoon. My amendment primarily does one or two things. The first is the public has said they're concerned about how this will be enforced, how is it going to work, and what safeguards do we think are in place. The council already has some safeguards in place with special events permits where we are allowed to essentially veto a permit issued for good cause. As long as we can identify what that is in the internal system, then we can deny that permit. It seems to me that that should be applied here, and when I look at how the city has treated Wits End, I can't think of a better example of why this should work. Why? There was a shooting at Wits End. There were nearly 100 different calls for service in a year as a result of Wits End, and yet here we are today with no action ever being taken with or with respect to their permit. And because we deal with these things, we are the ones who know how to respond. That's number one. Number two is, I think it also theoretically will foster better communication. If safety and permits or revenue or some other department calls up a council member and says, we haven't been paid taxes, there's a lien on this property, this is a concern, we can vet those things and make sure we're all on the same page
So I actually think this is a way to facilitate more communication as opposed to less. And obviously, we have to have good cause in denying it. It can't be simply, we don't like ABC business. The other small changes made to here is changing the issuance date from 5 to 10 days, and then also just confirming what I think is already in here is that the issuance of a permit does not entitle the applicant to non-conforming use under the CZO or give any other property rights or claim for detrimental reliance. So I realize this may cause a slight additional burden for council members, but the bottom line I think we can all agree on is good operators should be fine with this process. Bad operators are the ones who have something to worry about. With that, I move to approve. Second by Councilmember King. 5 yeas, 1 recusal. Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you.
Any public comments?
No public comments.
All right, we can vote as amended.
This is our last one?
Yes.
This last one, okay. So before we do, guys, want to have share some talking points as well. First of all, I want to thank everyone who has engaged in our office, with our office, on this effort. We began looking into the possibility of providing for temporary ABOs after the recommendation was included in the final permitting task force report. Since that time, we have engaged with countless stakeholders, including neighborhood associations citywide, the Louisiana Restaurant Association, the administration, and the permanent task force chair, as well as my colleagues joining me on the dais today. These ongoing conversations have led to a number of changes to our ordinance as originally filed, which are detailed in previous amendments. I'll briefly touch on a few of these now. First, we recognize that staffing challenges currently pervading City Hall, and we know that timely feedback to the ABO permit application is not always possible in light of our personnel shortage. Our hope is that temporary ABOs are not necessary long-term. Accordingly, we are proposing a 2-year sunset in order to afford administrative staff the breathing room they need at this time, all while providing our city's hospitality entrepreneurs the grace they require to get their businesses off the ground while navigating the permitting process. Second, we've heard loud and clear from neighbors concerning that our initial draft was written fell short of explicitly ruling out temporary ABOs on properties that are not zoned for alcohol sales, such as someone's home in the middle of a residential neighborhood. To put this fear to rest, our amendment will require temporary ABOs to be limited to properties whose zoning permits ABO businesses such as bars and restaurants. Third, our amendment makes it clear that any temporary ABO associated with an application will be issued once and only once. Our intent was never to create a loophole that would allow these permits to be renewed indefinitely. On the contrary, we conceive this program as a one-time 60-day grace period for applicants to resolve any outstanding issues with permit reviewers while also getting their business off the ground. Furthermore, just as we do not want to create an infinite renewal glitch, we also don't want to reward delinquent applicants hoping for a temporary ABO permit because they waited until the day before their current ABO permit expired to apply for a renewal. To solve for this, we have added language reserving this privilege for those who file their renewal application by April 1st deadline pursuant to our city code. Finally, we understand the importance of ruling out bad actors. To this end, we have included a provision that would ensure a temporary ABO applicant has not been found guilty of a violation related to alcoholic beverage sales or public safety within the previous year. I do want to take a moment to alleviate concerns raised regarding life safety. First and foremost, life safety is paramount to the city and this council. This is why our municipal code currently authorizes safety and permits to suspend or revoke a certificate of occupancy at their discretion for any violation of the building code. This authority remains within the department's discretion and should be exercised when the department deems it necessary to do so. Furthermore, I encourage any
observed violation to be immediately reported to our building division for their investigation. Lastly, I want to thank everyone who worked on this with my office on these ordinances. I am committed to collaborating in order to find solutions for our city and will continue to engage in good faith to find the common ground solutions to keep New Orleans safe and moving forward. And just as a reminder, we're trying to help businesses move forward, but keeping our community safe. An example of that is we work with the residents of Algiers to shut down a venue that was a nuisance to the neighborhood, selling illegal alcohol. And our office is currently working with Marigny residents to address 2 venues who are problematic to the neighborhood. So with that, I make a motion to adopt as amended. Second by Councilmember Green. 5 yeas, 1 recusal, no nays. Thank you.
At the top of page 34, we have ordinance calendar number 34,987 by Councilmember King has been deferred to the meeting of 4/10. Item 18, ordinance calendar Item 19, legislative grouping, ordinance calendar number 34,992 by Councilmember Harris. An ordinance to establish a conditional use to permit a hotel in the CBD 5 Urban Core Neighborhood Lower District Intensity Mixed Use District on Square 181, lots D and E, in the First Municipal District bounded by Camp Street, Julia Street, St. Charles Avenue, and St. Joseph Street, municipal address 843 Camp Street, and otherwise supervisor respects thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Go ahead.
We're going to skip that one. Sorry. On page 35, item 21, we have ordinance calendar 35,008 by Councilmember Morrell has been deferred to the meeting of 4/10. Number 22, at the bottom of page 35, we have ordinance calendar number 35,009 by Councilmember Harris by request, an ordinance authorizing the mayor of the City of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement between the City of New Orleans, the Office of Homeless Services and Strategies, and United Way of Southeast Louisiana for a term greater than 1 year for the public purpose of providing housing and case management for persons living in a street encampment or a low barrier shelter in the City of New Orleans, as more fully detailed in the Cooperative Endeavor Agreement Form Exhibit 1, and otherwise supervisor respects thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This ordinance authorizes a CEA between the City of New Orleans and United Way of Southeast Louisiana to implement the Home for Good Rapid Rehousing Initiative, providing rental assistance and supportive services to individuals transitioning from homelessness. This ordinance allocates up to $4.5 million in funding over a 2-year term, with an initial $200,000 payment and an additional milestone-based disbursement to ensure timely financial assistance and housing stability. This ordinance mandates financial accountability and performance tracking, requiring United Way to process payments within 5 business days and submit regular reports to the city. It also advances the city's strategic homelessness intervention efforts by leveraging nonprofit partnerships to rehouse individuals and provide long-term stability. I have one card from Mr. Michael Burnside.
So politics teaches many lessons, some of them pleasant, some of them unpleasant, but I would like to thank Councilperson Harris for a long-term commitment to the least of us, to people who don't have homes, and to people who in a very rich country could easily have homes if we cared about them. So the method that is used is always very important to people like myself, because we used to be engineers and we used to love process. But one of the things that politics teaches me is process is less important than heart. So I want to thank Councilperson Harris for her efforts on behalf of those who are not here trying to affect change in their own lives, and who, to use sociology terms, have probably suffered learned helplessness for most of their lives. So thank you for helping people who are not yourself, who are not likely to ever vote for you, and yet who are children of God and need your help desperately. So thank you very much, and thank the larger City Council for allowing her free rein to help those in her district and for engaging with her and learning on their own lessons that perhaps they were surprised to learn as they progressed through life. So thank you all very much.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. Councilmember Green.
And this is to Mr. Burnside, too. I hope that the public will continue to pay attention to the work that is done every day in the city of New Orleans through the Office of Homeless Services and Strategies and through others who are engaged with those who are unhoused and who do continually provide services. It does us no good to read that the city is doing nothing and the city has failed and to not look at all the factors involved with working with those who are unhoused. The city has done a tremendous job in many respects over the last couple of years, especially with the Office of Homeless Services and Strategies, in putting people who are in need into houses, into apartments, into stable situations of living. I just ask that if we're going to address these issues, that we address them and that there need not be so much tension between others and the city, especially the state. If you have ideas and you want to see them implemented, the city is not going to stand in the way. But it cannot be allowed to be said, as we continually see the city doing the work that is necessary on the ground, that the city is not doing the right thing. It's a difficult issue, it's a challenge, but because of commitment, such as the commitment by Councilmember Harris, the commitment by Nathaniel Fields and his staff and others, the city is doing a job that is difficult to ever run to a conclusion, but every day makes a difference in the lives of many people. That's all.
Thank you, Councilmember Green, and I just want everyone to know, and we'll have a quality of life meeting focusing on the efforts of Clutch Consulting and the Office of Homeless Services and Strategies, that we housed 822 people in 2024, closed 8 of 14 encampments, and we will continue to do the work as the transition center that costs between $17 to $19 million for 2.5 months closed. So thank you, Councilmember Green, for your ongoing commitment and speaking out in favor of the city's efforts. I need one more vote. 5 yeas. Thank you.
At the top of page 36, we have ordinance calendar number 35,010 has been deferred to the meeting of 410. At item 24, we have ordinance calendar number 35,011 has been deferred to the meeting of 410. Item 25, we have ordinance calendar number 35,012 by council members Jerusalem, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 30,139 MCS as amended entitled An Ordinance Providing an Operating Budget of Revenues for the City of New Orleans for the year 2025 to appropriate private grant funds from the National Healthy Start Foundation to the Health Department to help LPHI, Louisiana Public Health Institution, identify and convene a local maternal safety works group comprised of community-focused public health and clinical experts to guide program activities and otherwise to provide respect thereto.
Thank you. A couple things. Members, I'm deferring items 23 and 24 because I received some feedback about those that made them seem not right. Also, I apologize. We lost a quorum at budget, so we're just going to have to vote on these instead of them on the consent agenda. Our commitment remains the same, however, for anything that is grant funding and not new general fund funding. We're going to move those through. So with that, if anybody has any questions about item 25, please let me know. Otherwise, I move for approval. Seconded by Councilmember Morrell. Need one more? 5 yeas.
Item 26, ordinance calendar number 35,013 by council members Jerusalem, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 30,140 MCS as amended entitled An Ordinance Providing Operating Budget of Expenditures for the City of New Orleans for year 2025 to appropriate private grant funds from the National Healthy Start Foundation to the Health Department to help LPHI, Louisiana Public Health Institute, identify and convene a local maternal safety work group comprised of community-focused public health and clinical experts to guide program activities and otherwise to provide respect thereto.
Move to approve. Second by Councilmember Harris. 6 yeas, no nays.
Item 27, ordinance calendar number 35,014 by council members Jerusalem, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 30,139 MCS as amended entitled an ordinance providing operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2025 to appropriate private grant funds to the office of the mayor to close out a 2020 grant originally used for the city's census outreach efforts, support a public outreach event at Gallia Hall, allowing residents to learn about the city boards, commissions, and engaging with commissioners and otherwise to provide respects thereto.
Move for approval. Seconded by Vice President Moreno. 6 yeas, no nays.
Item 28, ordinance calendar number 35,015 by council members Jerusalem, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 30,140 MCS as amended entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2025 to appropriate private grant funds from the office of the mayor to close out 2020 grant originally used for the city's census outreach efforts, support a public outreach event at Gallia Hall, allowing residents to learn about the city boards, commissions, and engage with commissioners and otherwise to provide respects thereto.
Move for approval. Second by Councilmember Harris. One more. 7 yeas, no nays.
At the top of page 38, item 29, we have ordinance calendar number 35,016 by council members Jerusalem, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 30,139 MCS as amended entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2025 to appropriate private grant funds to the health department for the Family Connects New Orleans project and otherwise to provide respects thereto.
Move for approval. Second by Councilmember King. Seven yeas.
Item 30, ordinance calendar number 35,017 by council members Jerusalem, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance calendar number 30,140 MCS as amended entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2025 to appropriate private grant funds to the health department for the Family Connects New Orleans project and otherwise to provide respects thereto.
Move for approval. Seconded by Councilmember Moreno. I need 2 more. 7 yeas, no nays. Thank you.
Item 31, ordinance calendar number 35,018 by council members Jerusalem, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 30,139 MCS as amended entitled an ordinance providing operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2025 to appropriate grant funds awarded by the Governor's Office of Homeland Security and Emergency to the Office of the Mayor for grant-related expenses and otherwise to provide respects thereto.
I've moved, seconded by Vice President Moreno. 7 yeas, no nays.
At the top of page 39, item 32, we have ordinance calendar number 35,019 by council members Jerusalem, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 30,140 MCS as amended entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2025 to appropriate grant funds awarded by the Governor's Office of Homeland Security and Emergency to the Office of the Mayor for grant-related expenses and otherwise to provide respects thereto.
Moved. Seconded by Councilmember King. 7 yeas, no nays.
Item 33, ordinance calendar number 35,020 by council members Jerusalem, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 30,139 MCS as amended entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2025 to appropriate grant funds awarded by the Governor's Office of Homeland Security and Emergency to the Office of the Mayor for grant-related expenses and otherwise to provide respects thereto.
Move for approval, seconded by Councilmember King. 7 yeas, no nays.
Item 34, we have ordinance calendar number 35,021 by council members Jerusalem, Moreno, King, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 30,140 MCS as amended entitled, an ordinance providing operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2025 to appropriate grant funds awarded by the Governor's Office of Homeland Security and Emergency to the Office of the Mayor for grant-related expenses and otherwise supervise respects thereto.
Move, seconded by Vice President Moreno. 7 yeas, no nays.
We have item 35, ordinance calendar number 35,022 has been withdrawn.
So ordered.
Item 36, ordinance calendar 35,023 has been withdrawn.
So ordered.
Item 37, ordinance calendar 35,024 by council members Jerusalem, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 30,139 MCS as amended entitled an ordinance providing operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2025 to appropriate grant funds awarded by FEMA to the Office of Homeland Security to cover the emergency costs during the aftermath of Hurricane Ida and otherwise supervise respects thereto.
Move, seconded by Councilmember Harris. 7 yeas.
Item 38, ordinance calendar number 35,025 by council members Jerusalem, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 30,140 MCS as amended entitled, an ordinance providing operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2025 to appropriate grant funds awarded by FEMA to the Office of Homeland Security to cover emergency costs during the aftermath of Hurricane Ida and otherwise to provide respects thereto.
Move for approval, seconded by Councilmember Harris. 7 yeas, no nays.
Item 39, ordinance calendar number 35,026 by council members Jerusalem, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 30,139 MCS as amended entitled, an ordinance providing operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2025 to appropriate private grant funds from the Crest Foundation to the Health Department for the Fearless Community Project and otherwise supervise respects thereto.
Move for approval, seconded by Councilmember King. 7 yeas, no nays.
We have item 40, ordinance calendar number 35,027 by council members Jerusalem, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 30,140 MCS as amended entitled an ordinance providing operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2025 to appropriate private grant funds from the Crest Foundation to the Health Department for the Fearless Community Project and otherwise to provide respects thereto.
Move for approval, seconded by Councilmember King. 7 yeas.
Ordinance, item 41, ordinance calendar number 35,028 by council members Jerusalem, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance 30,139 MCS as amended entitled, an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2025 to appropriate grant funds to the Department of Federal Homeland Security for payroll and grant-related expenses and otherwise supervise respects thereto.
Move for approval, seconded by Councilmember King. 7 yeas.
Item 42, ordinance calendar number 35,029 by council members Jerusalem, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 30,140 as amended entitled, an ordinance providing operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2025 to appropriate grant funds to the Department of Federal Homeland Security for payroll and grant-related expenses and otherwise supervise respects thereto.
Move for approval, seconded by Councilmember King. One more. 7 yeas.
Item 43, ordinance calendar number 35,030 by councilmember Jerusalem by request. An ordinance authorizing the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and Internal Feed Inc. for a term greater than 1 year for the public purpose of education and beautification in the city of New Orleans as more fully detailed in the cooperative endeavor agreement, Exhibit A, and otherwise supervise with respects thereto.
Move for approval, seconded by Councilmember Harris. Ms. Mosley concludes you haven't listened to me today. 7 yeas, no nays. Thank you, everybody.
At the top of page 43, item 44, $35,035 has been deferred to the meeting of 14. Item 45, ordinance calendar number 35,036 by Councilmember Jeruso by request, an ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a multi-year agreement between the city of New Orleans and the state of Louisiana Division of Administration, Office of Community Development for the use of the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development Community Development Block Program funds as a non-federal matching funds for the Federal Emergency Management Agency Public Assistance Program, funding utilized by the City of New Orleans for recovery efforts after the May 2021 storms and Hurricane Ida, as more fully set forth in the agreement form and otherwise provide respects thereto.
Madam Clerk, can you add my name and I'll carry this? All right, I move for approval. Second by Councilmember King. Five yeas. Thank you.
At the bottom of the page, item 46, ordinance calendar number 35,037 by Councilmember Thomas has been deferred to the meeting of 14. We have motion M20, at the top of page 44, item 47, motion M25-182 has been deferred to the meeting of 14. We have item 48, motion M25-183 has been deferred to the meeting of 14. Item 49, motion M25-184 has been deferred to the meeting of 14. At the top of page 45, we have item 50, motion M25-185 has been deferred to the meeting of 14. Item 51, motion M25-186 has been deferred to the meeting of 14. Item 52, motion M25-187 has been deferred to the meeting of 14. At the top of page 46, we have item 53, motion M25-188 has been deferred to the meeting of 14. We have item 54, M25-189 has been deferred to the meeting of 14. We have item 55, motion M25-190 has been deferred to the meeting of 14. On page 48, we have item 59, resolution R25-200 by Council Members Morrell and Jeruso, a resolution in order ratifying the decision of the Susan Water Board Appeal Manager.
Thank you. Essentially, this is one of our last tranches of appeals under the old appeal process where individuals would go through Harriman and Gaynor to lodge their appeals. Since the council enabled Harriman and Gaynor to go be embedded much earlier in the bill approval process, we have seen less appeals, and this will probably be the second or possibly the last largest tranche. I would move to affirm and ratify the decisions of the appeal managers. My machine's not working, so I'll move. Can I get a second? Second by Councilmember King. Please vote your machines. All in favor say aye. 5 yeas, no nays. It is adopted.
At the bottom of the page, item 60, motion M25-201 by Councilmember Morrell, confirming Damian Rodriguez to serve as an arbiter to resolve disputes related to the Susan Water Board bills arising out of Council District E.
Thank you. Essentially, as you may or may not know, in the larger legislation passed at the state level, we both were able, with that legislation, to insert Harriman and Gaynor as the new customer service, essentially the Sewage and Water Board, but we also gave an appeals process, both the Sewage and Water Board and residents, from that customer service appeal. We appointed two arbiters per council MAC district, and this appoints Damon Rodriguez as one of the two for District E. That's what it does. I will move approval. Can I get a second? Second by Councilmember Harris. All in favor say aye. 5 yeas, no nays. It's adopted.
At the top of page 49, we have item 61, resolution R25-205 by Council Members Thomas and Green, extending heartfelt support for the University of New Orleans, recognizing its pivotal role in our regions and urging state leaders to safeguard the academic mission and integrity of UNO as a distinguished urban research institution.
First of all, I want to thank, and hopefully all of our colleagues will support this in conversations with the administration, as well as many teachers at UNO. Just some of the difficulties they're having with the state now, but they've been a very pivotal part of this town. Even I've enjoyed Councilmember Green helping their coaches recruit, being asked to go to lunch with ball players just to tell them why UNO should be at the top of their list if they're choosing this area. So the pivotal role the university has played in research, the faculty is deeply embedded in our community, and we need to do this just so that our state officials will understand that the council recognizes and realizes how much we support them. Councilmember Green.
Councilmember Thomas, I'm pleased to co-sponsor this resolution with you. I'd like to add, in addition to what you said, that UNO is the only public institution within the greater New Orleans that offers both undergraduate and degree programs in many of the high-demand areas. And as Councilmember mentioned, UNO faculty are deeply embedded in our community. I represent the Gentilly area, and I can tell you that UNO faculty are living right down the street from the university, walking to the university many times. So they're very committed to the city and to their university, and this is a time that we should support this important institution to ensure its continued success and influence, and for those reasons, I'm pleased to co-sponsor with you.
Move adoption, seconded by Councilmember King. All in favor?
Aye.
Ayes have it, so ordered.
At the top of page 21, item 2, zoning docket 425 has been deferred to the meeting of 410. At the top of page 23, we have legislative grouping item 4, NSTR special exception 18623, Caitlin Quinn requesting a non-commercial short-term rental special exception for property located at 1129 North Robinson Street on Square 199. The CPC staff recommended approval. We have motion M25-196 by Councilmember Green, granting the request of Caitlin Quinn for property located on Square 199, Bear Municipal Address 1129 North Robinson Street.
Members of the public and members of the council, this is a duplex located at 1129 North Robinson Street. The owner lives in one side and wants to rent out the other side, which is a 3-bedroom, 2-bath unit. The application received a recommendation, as we've heard, for approval, and it met 5 of the 6 review standards that the City Planning Commission uses for review of the special exception short-term rentals. So I have no reason to disagree with the City Planning Commission's findings. A representative, Mr. Kroll, is here, but in this particular instance, it's pretty straightforward. It comes with a recommendation, and I'm supporting that recommendation. So I move for approval of this particular item, special exception number 18623. It's been seconded by Councilmember King. Members, please vote your machines. We have 6 yeas, and that motion passes. Thank you.
On page 21, we have item 3, legislative grouping, zoning docket 1125, City Council motion M24777, requesting an amendment to the text of the comprehensive zoning ordinance to amend Article 4, Section 4, 2D3 to require any docket that does not obtain a legal majority vote to be forwarded to the City Council with a recommendation of denial. The request is not location specified. It affects a change in the Commission's voting process codified in the CZO and would be applicable to all cases considered by the Commission in accordance with Article 4. The recommendation of the CPC being for denial. We have motion M25198 by Councilmember Jeruso, granting the applicant's request for zoning docket 1125 with modification as follows, which is listed on the agenda.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Kroll.
Good morning. Just to quickly recap this, as you know, this was put forward by your office as a means of ensuring that items where the Planning Commission is a recommending agency to the council always come forward to the council with a recommendation, that there's not a scenario in which there's a no legal majority vote that results in the lack of a recommendation. In concerning this, the Planning Commission's principal concern was a scenario in which you have to get 5 votes to secure a majority, and there may be 4 votes in favor and 1 against and that would default to essentially a denial recommendation for lack of a legal majority, which in their view would mischaracterize their position as perhaps largely in favor of it, but not able to secure a majority, and so with that concern, the Planning Commission recommends denial.
All right, do I have a comment card on this? No? All right. Members, the current Home Rule Charter language requires a majority vote of the full 9-member commission, regardless of how many commissioners are present at a meeting. So take the example, if you have 5 commissioners at a meeting, one commissioner can completely kill a majority vote. And that can't be what the law allows, and really it is an unfair democratic tool. We will be pursuing a Home Rule Charter amendment, likely for the November ballot, to allow a simple majority of the members present at a meeting to be the majority rule. In the meantime, the motion accepts staff's recommendation to classify zoning dockets that do not reach a legal majority as an effective denial. In other words, we're just going to use the words effective denial rather than denial there. The current language of no recommendation does not usually express the City Planning Commission's intent. Typically, commissioners propose several motions, but none of those motions reach legal majorities. There are recommendations, just simply none that meet that 5-vote criteria. An effective denial gives the council more guidance on the zoning dockets, and hopefully leads to less conflict between the CPC, staff, commissioner, and the council as well. Councilmember Green?
I'd like to comment as a former member of the City Planning Commission that it makes sense to move in this direction. I understand the City Planning Commission's concerns, Mr. Kroll, but on a matter recently brought before the Planning Commission involving a park in my district, the vote was 3-2 in favor of it. So 3 members, basically, their votes were being used by the public to say that the motion passed, for example. And it's a challenge when you have that particular issue. So I think that this proposed legislation will certainly clarify for the public and also put maybe even a little bit more pressure on City Planning Commission members to show up for all of these meetings, so that we don't have situations where we don't have enough members to take a vote. But that's just a comment, that's all.
Thank you, Councilmember Green. I would assume, since this is something, let me just ask the members, does everybody want to be a co-author on this one? Because I think if that's everybody, all members present will be co-authors. Moved, seconded by Councilmember Green.
Thank you.
6 yeas, no nays. Thank you, everybody.
Item number 5, legislative grouping, NSTR Special Exception 18723, Alan Jeffrey Seeger, requesting a non-commercial short-term rental special exception for property 911 Elysian Fields Avenue on Square 272. The CPC staff recommended denial. We have motion M25-203 by Councilmember King, granting the request of Alan Jeffrey Seeger for property located on Square 272, their municipal address 911 Elysian Fields Avenue, withdrawing motion M25-202.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We received community support in favor of this STR. Make motion to adopt, seconded by Councilman Jeruso. 5 yeas, no nays.
6 yeas.
6 yeas.
All right. At the top of page 25, we have item 6, legislative grouping, NSTR Special Exception 18823, Angel Duffy, requesting a non-commercial short-term rental special exception for property located at 827 Olga Street on Square B. The City Planning Commission recommended approval. We have motion M25-199 by Councilmember Jeruso, granting the request of Angel Duffy for property located on Square B and their municipal address 827 Olga Street.
Move for approval. Seconded by Councilmember Harris. Six yeas, no nays.
At the top of page 26, item number 7, legislative grouping, NSTR Special Exception 3624, motion line over M25-147, and motion line over M25-146 has been deferred to the meeting of 4/10. At the top of page 27, item 8, legislative grouping, NSTR special exception 4024, Adam C. Faber, requesting a non-commercial short-term rental special exception permit to permit one non-commercial short-term rental in an HMR1 Historic Marinage Tremay Bywater Residential District for property located at 1705 Colgan Street on Square 376. The CPC staff recommended approval. We have motion line over M25 138 by Councilmember King, granting a request of Adam Faber for property located on Square 376 in Barron Municipal Address 1705 Colgan Street, withdrawing motion line over M25 139.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have a comment call from Mr. Fabre, is that correct?
Yes, Fabre.
And Ms. Christina Guzzo?
Krista Guzzo, yes.
Mr. Guzzo. Okay, Mr. Fabre, the floor is yours.
All right. Do you want us to give our name and address?
Yes, please.
Adam Fabre, 1705 Parker Street.
Krista Guzzo, 1519 Paulina Street. So I'd just like to say a little bit on Mr. Fabre's behalf. My client, Mr. Adam Fabre, has resided at his home at 1705 Parker since 2011 and was licensed as a short-term rental operator at this property in the past, prior to the CZO changes affecting short-term rental guidelines. He's grateful to have the opportunity to now apply for a special exception. Mr. Fabre is invested in the community, working as an owner and operator for multiple bars and clubs nearby in the French Quarter. There was a letter of dissent written by a neighbor naming past violations of the property, and I'd like to address this on behalf of my client. He has shared with me that his missteps were the result of confusion over changing regulations. Each time an issue was brought to his attention, however, he promptly addressed the matter to ensure compliance. Because of Mr. Fabre's diligence in remediating violations prior to compliance deadlines, the older two violations were closed out without levied fines, and the most recent in 2024 was dismissed altogether. I have also reiterated all short-term rental guidelines to him as they appear in the most current CZO, and Mr. Fabre has a thorough understanding of his responsibilities. Mr. Fabre wishes to assure Council that he takes his role as an operator seriously and that the proposed short-term rental at 1705 Parker will closely adhere to all regulations. Thank you.
Thank you. Make a motion to adopt. Second by Councilman Green. 5 yeas, no nays. Thank you. 6 yeas. Thank you.
At the top of page 28, item 9, legislative grouping, NSTR special exception 4224, Kevin Lasherit, requesting a non-commercial short-term rental special exception for property located at 911 2nd Street on Square 111. The CPC staff recommended denial. We have motion M25-192 by Councilmember Harris, granting a request of Kevin Lasherit for property located on Square 111 in Barron Municipal Address 911 2nd Street.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This motion would approve the NSTR request at 911 2nd Street. My office independently reviewed the CPC report and felt that criteria number 5 can be met despite CPC analysis. The applicant offers on-street parking for guests and noted that both next-door neighbors have off-street parking options that free up space on the block. All applicants were required to submit neighborhood support to ensure nearby residents don't have quality of life concerns, and we received that support. I will move. I need a second by Councilmember Jerusalem. 5 yeas. Thank you.
At the bottom of the page, item 10, legislative grouping, NSTR special exception 4324, Carl Palmer, requesting a non-commercial short-term rental special exception for property located at 1380 Magazine Street, apartment 1A on Square 142. The CPC staff recommended approval. We have motion M25-193 by Councilmember Harris, granting a request of Carl Palmer for property located on Square 142, Barron Municipal Address 1380 Magazine Street.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. My office independently reviewed CPC's report and agrees with CPC that approval is appropriate. This also has neighborhood support. I move. Second by Councilmember Jerusalem. Thank you.
At the top of page 29, we have item 11, legislative grouping, NSDR Special Exception 4424, Alicia Pittman, requesting a non-commercial short-term rental special exception for property located at 2023 7th Street on Square 282. The CPC staff recommended approval. Motion M25-194 by Councilmember Harris, granting the request of Alicia Pittman for property located on Square 282, Bear Municipal Address 2023 7th Street.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We reviewed the CPC report and agree with CPC that approval is proper. We also received neighborhood support. I move. Second by Councilmember Giuliso. 5 yeas. Thank you.
At the top of page 30, we have item 12, legislative grouping, subdivision docket 8024, 1816 Investment LLC, appealing the CPC staff denial of an application for a re-subdivision of lots 8 and 8 into lot A-A square 200 through 201 in the second municipal district bounded by Esplanade Avenue, North Robinson Street, Governor Nichols Street, and North Claiborne Avenue, and requiring zoning change from an HMC1 Historic Marin Intermediate Bywater Commercial District to an HMR1 Historic Marin Intermediate Bywater Residential District for properties located at 1243 to 1245 North Robinson Street and 1500 Esplanade Avenue. Round motion M25-204 by Councilmember Green, approving the request for properties located at 1243 through 45 North Robinson Street and 1500 Esplanade Avenue, as well as the appeal to the determination.
At the March 13th meeting, the City Council approved the a zoning change. So this re-subdivision is necessary to provide off-street parking and storage for Little Dizzy's Restaurant. It's a very simple measure since the zoning change has been approved. I move for approval. Seconded by Councilmember Harris. Members, please vote your machine. And 5 yeas, and motion M25-204 passes. Thank you for your support.
At the bottom of the page, item 13, ordinance calendar 34,277 has been deferred to the meeting of 4/10. At the top of page 31, item 14, legislative group and ordinance calendar number 34,385, motion line over M23-426, and motion line over M23-427 has been deferred to the meeting of 4/10. And on page 34, we have item 19, legislative group and ordinance calendar number 34,992 by Councilmember Harris. An ordinance to establish a conditional use to permit a hotel in the CBD 5 Urban Core neighborhood low intense mixed-use district on Square 183, lots D and E in the First Municipal District, bounded by Camp Street, Junior Street, St. Charles Avenue, St. Joseph Street, municipal address 843 Camp Street, and otherwise provide with respect thereto. Zoning docket 9924. There's an amendment to ordinance calendar number 34,992 by Councilmember Harris, an amendment to clarify the intent of the third proviso.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This amendment just corrects a reference to the CZO section governing bike rack requirements and does not substantively affect the ordinance. Is there any public comment? Comment from the dais? So I'll move to amend. Second by Councilmember King. 6 yeas. I'll move to adopt as amended. Seconded by Councilmember King. Six yeas. Thank you.
We need to vote to receive a motion under suspension. We have motion M25-207 by Councilmember Green by request. We need to vote to receive this motion.
Same thing. I received. All right.
You voted?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 6 yeas.
And then we need the vote to add it to the agenda.
So moved. Second by Councilmember Harris. All in favor?
Aye.
Right.
And then we need to suspend Rule 57, because we need to suspend Rule 57, because it wasn't heard in committee.
So moved. Second. Members, please. All in favor? Aye. So we've moved now to suspend the rules under Rule 57. This motion,
Let me read it into regular for Councilmember Green. Adding the president of council as a signatory to the contract amended between the city of New Orleans and the Louisiana Department of Environmental Quality, and authorizing the president of council to sign a contract amendment between the city of New Orleans and the Louisiana Department of Environmental Quality.
the motion was heard during Tuesday's Transportation Committee but didn't receive a vote due to quorum challenges. It regards an amendment to the intergovernmental contract between the Louisiana Department of Environmental Quality and the city regarding the Volkswagen Trust Funds for grant funds for the installation of electric vehicle charging infrastructure. It's an $80,000 matter. I move for approval. Seconded by Councilman King. Members, please vote your machine. Are all in favor? Aye. Motion 25-207 passes.
We need to suspend the rules to receive Resolution 2508.
Done. 6 yeas, no nays. I can move forward.
Who moved?
All right.
Who moved on the receive?
It was King,
And who second?
and I'll second it.
Councilmember Green.
And we have,
Right, and then we need to vote to add it to the agenda.
yes. I move to add to the agenda. Seconded by Councilmember King. Members, please. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Any opposed? So we've suspended the rules and we've added this resolution to the agenda.
All right, we have Resolution R-25-208 by Councilmember Green, ratifying any and all training completed by each of the members of and formally approved by the Regional Transit Authority Advisory Board pursuant to the LA Revised Statute 48-1656 1D.
There's kind of a quirk in the law that requires a resolution to approve transit-related training for the RTA Advisory Committee. It's pursuant to state law. So the RTA Advisory Committee is a non-voting advisory board with union representation that is required to have minimum transit expertise. So because of that requirement, a training is required, and it simply requires that the governing body, as in the council, approve that training. So members, we've moved for approval of 25-208. It's been seconded. Members, please vote your machines.
Who was the second?
King. 6 yeas, and that resolution is made a part of our record. Thank you.
My understanding, members, is Net 30 would be the next thing on the agenda. We obviously moved a little bit faster than people expected. I think Ms. Richardson's being notified. We'll get her down here as soon as we can to move through it. Great. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah, we got to do it now. You ready? Council members, we can suspend the rules to go to ordinance on first reading.
I'll move. Seconded by Councilmember Green. All in favor, say aye. Aye. 5 yeas, no nays, on first reading.
Ordinances on first readings. Ordinance calendar number 5039 by Councilmember Morrell. An ordinance to establish and ordain section 70-565 of the Code of the City of New Orleans relative to the imposition and collection of fees and service charges for the collection of taxes and license and permit fees on behalf of the state of Louisiana or any public office, department, or board not subject to the provisions of the Home Rule Charter and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 35,040 by Council members Morrell and Harris. An ordinance to extend the effectiveness of ordinance number 29,701 MCS, which established the commercial short-term rental interim zoning district to prohibit the use of short-term rental, commercial, and hostels as allowable uses within all areas of the city, and to limit the development and timeshares with certain specified considerations for a period of 180 days, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 35,041 by Councilmember Harris by request. An ordinance authorizing the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavorment agreement between the city of New Orleans and Louisiana State University and Agriculture and Mechanical College on behalf of its Louisiana State University Health Sciences Center, New Orleans, with a term greater than 1 year for the public purpose of the value
Sit down, because this will
public
take a second.
purpose
Can't take a second.
of improving care to sick and older persons in New Orleans while providing access to a medical and clinical education program for LSU medical residents, as well as providing the city with hospital-trained staff on calls to assist NOEMs as more fully detailed in the cooperative endeavor agreement form attached to as Exhibit A, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 35,042 by Councilmember Harris by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into an agreement to grant a servitude to an adjacent property owner for encroachments on or over portions of public right-of-way located at the municipal address 1717 Religious Street, to fix the minimum price and term of said servitude agreement, to declare that such use is granted in the servitude agreement will inappropriate space that is neither needed for the public purposes, nor shall such use interfere with the use of the public right-of-way, to set forth the reasons for said servitude agreement and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 35,043 by Councilmember Harris by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into an agreement to grant a servitude to an adjacent property owner for encroachments on or over portions of public right-of-way located at the municipal address 333 North Diamond Street, to fix the minimum price of term of said servitude agreement, to declare that such use is granted in the servitude agreement will incorporate space that is neither needed for public purposes, nor shall such use interfere with the use of the public right-of-way, to set forth the reasons for said servitude agreement and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 35,044 by Councilmember Morrell. An ordinance to amend and reordain Articles 10, 12, 14, 15, 16, 18, 20, 21, 22, and 26 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance. To create ice manufacturing and vending machines as principal and accessory uses in all non-residential zoning districts except for the HUB1A Historic Urban Neighborhood Business District, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Zoning docket number 9324. Ordinance calendar number 35,045 by Councilmember Harris. An ordinance to amend and reordain Article 25 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance and to permit the reduction in size of legally non-conforming electronic billboards and billboards created under the processes outlined in Section 25.5 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance without affecting their non-conforming status, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Zoning docket number 9524. Ordinance calendar number 35,046 by Councilmember Morrell. An ordinance to amend and reordain Article 19 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance to create a new interim zoning district called the Non-Commercial Short-Term Rental Special Exception Interim Zoning District, the intent of which is to prohibit the issuance of any non-commercial short-term rental by special exception as specified in Article 21, Section 21.8.c, 96.18.R, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto zoning docket number 9724. Ordinance calendar number 35,047 by Councilmember Morel. An ordinance to amend and wording Article 21 on-site development standards, Section 21.8.C.18.R of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance to remove special exceptions from black limitations and otherwise provide with respect thereto zoning docket number 9624. Ordinance calendar number 35,048 by Councilmember Green. An ordinance to effect a zoning change from an HI heavy industrial district to a C2 auto-oriented commercial district on Square 720, lots 22, in the 3rd Municipal District bounded by Kentucky Street, North Cleveland Avenue, Poland Avenue, North Derby Street. Municipal address is 1600 Kentucky Street, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto zoning docket number 225. Ordinance calendar number 35,049 by Councilmember Harris. An ordinance to effect a zoning change from an HURM2 Historic Urban Multifamily Residential District to an HUB1 Historic Urban Neighborhood Business District on Square 391, lots A or 9, R, and an undesignated lot in the 1st Municipal District bounded by Magnolia Street, Arado Street, Playa Street, and South Robertson Street. Zoning docket number, and otherwise to provide with respect to zoning docket number 325. Ordinance calendar number 35,050 by Councilmember Thomas. An ordinance to establish a conditional use permit and accessory parking lot in an HURD2 Historic Urban Two-Family Residential District on Square 424, Lot 2, in the 3rd Municipal District, bounded by Forstall Street, Murray Street, Renee Street, and St. Claude Avenue. And otherwise to provide municipal address is 1122 Forstall Street, and otherwise to provide with respect to zoning docket number 725. Ordinance calendar number 35,051 by Councilmember King. An ordinance to establish a conditional use to permit the sale of alcoholic beverages in a specialty restaurant in an HUMU Historic Urban Neighborhood Mixed Use District on Square 393, Lot 9, or Lots A, B, and C in the 3rd Municipal District, bounded by St. Roch Avenue, Murray Street, St. Claude Avenue, and Spain Street. The municipal addresses are 1126 through 1128 St. Roch Avenue and 2362 through 2364 Murray Street, and otherwise provide with respect to zoning docket number 825. Ordinance calendar number 35,052 by Councilmember King. An ordinance to effect a zoning change from an SRS Suburban Single-Family Residential District to an MU2 High-Intensity Mixed-Use District on Lot 63A or Part Lot 62, Lot 63, and Part Lot 64, and Lots 67 through 72 on Square 81, bounded by Mar Avenue, Berman Avenue, Donald Drive, Anson Street, and the West Bank Expressway. Lots 5 through 12 on Square 93, bounded by Mar Avenue, Arizona Street, Berman Highway, and Elmwood Park Drive. In the 5th Municipal District, municipal address is addresses are 2410, 2419, 2422, 2423, and 2455 Mar Avenue, 2300 through 2310 Elmwood Park Drive, and otherwise to provide with respect to zoning docket number 925. Ordinance calendar number 35,053 by Councilmember Green. An ordinance to establish a conditional use to permit a construction and demolition debris recycling facility in an HI Heavy Industrial District on Square 802, Lots A and B1 in the 3rd Municipal District, bounded by North Derby Street, Kentucky Street, North Roman Street, and Japonica Street. The municipal address is 4501 North Derby Street, and otherwise to provide with respect to zoning docket number 1025. Ordinance calendar number 35,054 by Council Members Jerusalem, Moreno, Green, Thomas, Morel, Harris, and King. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 30,139 MCS as amended, entitled, an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the City of New Orleans for the year 2025 to appropriate unassigned fund balance to the Chief Administrative Office to provide for a second payment to the Orleans Parish School Board, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,055 by Council Members Jerusalem, Moreno, Green, Thomas, Morel, Harris, and King. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 30,140 MCS as amended, entitled, An ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the City of New Orleans for the year 2025 to appropriate funds to appropriate unassigned fund balance to the Chief Administrative Office to provide for a second payment to the Orleans Parish School Board and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 35,056 by Councilmember Thomas by request. An ordinance authorizing the mayor of the City of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement between the City of New Orleans and Orleans Parish Criminal Justice Data Sharing Program Users Group, comprised of the New Orleans Police Department, Orleans Parish Sheriff's Office, Municipal and Traffic Court of New Orleans, Orleans Parish Criminal District Court, Orleans Parish Criminal Clerk, Orleans Parish District Attorney's Office, Orleans Public Defenders, Orleans Parish Communication District, and such other similarly involved criminal justice agencies as may be incorporated by amendment, with a term of 5 years for the public purpose of improving the management, quality, speed, and consistency by which criminal justice data is processed and shared, and more fully detailed in the cooperative endeavor agreement attached hereto as Exhibit A, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 35,057 by Councilmember Green by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the City of New Orleans to enter into an amendment number 1 to the cooperative endeavor agreement between the Mosquito, Termite, and Rodent Control Board and the University of Florida's Board of Trustees to extend the CEA's term for 4 years, to increase the CEA's compensation, and to modify certain terms and conditions is more fully set forth in the form attached hereto as Exhibit 1 and made a part hereof and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 35,058 by Councilmember Green by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the City of New Orleans to enter into amendment number 1 to the cooperative endeavor agreement between the Mosquito, Termite, and Rodent Control Board and Louisiana State University Health Sciences Center, New Orleans, to extend the CEA's term for 4 years, to increase the CEA's compensation, and to modify certain terms and conditions is more fully set forth in the form attached hereto as Exhibit A and made a part hereof and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 35,059 by Councilmember Green. An ordinance to effect the zoning change from an HMR1 Historic Maryland Treme Bywater Residential District to an HMC1 Historic Maryland Treme Bywater Commercial District on Square 200 through 201, Lot A or 2 in the 2nd Municipal District, bounded by North Robertson Street, Esplanade Avenue, Governor Nichols Street, and North Claiborne Avenue. The municipal addresses are 1243 through 1245 North Robertson Street, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Zoning docket number 1225. Ordinance calendar number 35,060 by Councilmember Harris. An ordinance to amend and reordain Section 146-762 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to limit the number of honorary intersections that may be designated per year and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 35,061 by Councilmember Morrell. An ordinance to amend and reordain Section 26-622 of the City Code to clarify when short-term rental platforms must electronically verify a listing and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 35,063 by Councilmembers Jerusalem, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 30,139 MCS as amended, entitled An Ordinance Providing an Operating Budget of Revenues for the City of New Orleans for the year 2025 to appropriate unspent funds from the FY22 BJAG Strengthening the Forensic Response Grant to the Orleans Police Department for travel and supplies expenses, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 35,064 by Councilmembers Jerusalem, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 30,140 MCS as amended, entitled An Ordinance Providing an Operating Budget of Expenditures for the City of New Orleans for the year 2025 to appropriate unspent funds from the FY22 BJAG Strengthening the Forensic Response Grant to the New Orleans Police Department for travel and supplies expenses, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 35,065 by Councilmembers Jerusalem, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,736 MCS as amended, entitled An Ordinance Providing an Operating Budget of Expenditures for the City of New Orleans for the year 2024 to transfer funds within the Health Department from appropriations 200, other operating to 100, personal services for the City Readiness Initiative to deliver medication and medical supplies during a large-scale public health emergency and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 35,066 by Councilmember Harris. An ordinance to amend and reordain Section 84-157 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to update the nominating entities for membership to the Central Business District Historic District Landmarks Commission and otherwise provide with respect thereto. That concludes the ordinances on first reading.
At this time, we'll move to Met 30, correct?
Yeah, correct. All right, Wayne, you ready? Thank you for being here. Again, members, this is pursuant to our ordinance to make sure invoices are being timely paid. We can go in any order you want. I know that we have Colin here,
Right.
and so...
Let's just go straight down the order.
Great. All right,
That's
Officer of
fine.
Homeland Security.
Fine.
Hey, Director, wherever you want to be, whatever you prefer. Make it easy on you as possible.
Afternoon, Council.
Hey, good afternoon.
Thanks for having me. Not exactly under these circumstances. I have a late payment. The PO's issued. The money is there. What we've determined is that there's something that a line needs to be added to the contract. None of my staff have the access to do it, so we've reached out to procurement and to law, and they're having a difficult time with it as well. I was hoping this was supposed to be, they said around 2. I gave them a hard stop today of 2 o'clock to get me an update on it. But the most recent update is about 2 minutes ago is they still are unable to get rid of this error message that is in brass that is not allowing the contract line to be added and the amount of money to be added to the contract. Now, the issue that I think that we're having is that it was a 2024, it was the last bill from 22nd Century, which has been providing us some project management services in the office. It was the last bill between, and it extended between 2024 and 2025. And so I think there's an issue with brass in trying to get it either entered in 2024 or just scrapped and re-entered in 2025. And so I apologize. It ultimately, I take responsibility. I don't like paying vendors late. I don't think you've ever seen me down here before. We've had a good relationship with 22nd Century, and this is their last payment, so I'd like to get it to them. I'm committing to you that I think by the end of the week we'll have this resolved.
Great. Colin, just ask, will you let Frida know so she can report to us?
Sorry?
Will you let Frida know?
I will.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Sorry
Appreciate
about
it.
this.
No, we understand. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, next up, I have information systems.
Julie?
I think there are 2 invoices here.
Yeah, and they're both for Presidio.
Yes.
So there's an issue with we had some confusion with the billing, and I've been working with Presidio to resolve it. We now need to update the PO, but we cannot because the contract is not yet renewed. So until the contract is executed, then I'll be able to update the PO.
When will the contract be executed?
So right now, I believe the contract is in the law office, so we're waiting for that.
I mean, I just guess the date submitted is January, and
And we've been trying to renew this contract. We had some time getting before council since December. We just got before council, I believe, at the end of February.
yeah, but, okay, if you got before us in February, we're now 2 months after that, and and the contract still isn't executed. I'm not saying that's your problem, I'm saying it's our problem.
I got
And so, Wayne, what I would ask is this be expedited, and the reason I'm making a bigger case about this is one invoice is about $2,300, that's not an insignificant amount of money.
Right.
The other invoice is about $46,000. That's a lot of money. And so we really need to get that off the schneid and moving.
Agreed.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sure,
All right,
thank you.
appreciate it, thank you. And can we just, Wayne, can we just get an update from when Frida gives us the update on all of these? Can we just get an update on when this contract will be executed?
Okay, will do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Desmond, you're up next.
Good morning, council members. This is in regards to an invoice to Dana Safety Supply. It was an unfortunate oversight on my part. I apologize for that, but we did take care of the invoice, and it is in today's check run to be sent out to the vendor.
Great, so that means within the next week or two, they'll get it.
They should, yes. sir.
Awesome, appreciate it, thank you. Okay, all right, next up, I have, I think, 5 invoices from Nord, but they're all relatively small.
Morning, Councilmember.
Good morning.
We have a couple of different things happening here in the spreadsheet. We have, the biggest issue we have is invoices that have been applied to 2024 purchase orders, which we need to remove and bring over to 2025 purchase orders. We also have quite a few invoices that have tax on them. We do not allow invoices with tax to move forward, so we're in the process of getting with that vendor, which is a very a frequent vendor of ours. I guess they just hit some button and they put the taxes on that invoice and it went to us, but we're trying to get those invoices tax-free. However, we had a little gap with counting where we wanted them to remove those POs so that the vendors could put the proper invoices in against the right purchase order. So really, it's a timing issue here.
I get it. Yeah, I mean, I guess this is now the second time, and Wayne, I appreciate if you raised this with Frida, is like we got to figure out a better system for is it on the 2024 or the 2025 PO, because we don't want to make your life more difficult, right? And we want to make the department's lives better, and obviously we want the vendors to be paid. So maybe as we start thinking about how to handle that, what a good process is, so that way people aren't caught in the switches right now.
Agreed. And with these transactions, we have a step 2. We're going to cancel the invoices so we can make the proper corrections.
Great.
And get the payments expedited shortly.
Great. Thank you all.
Thank you, Councilman.
Appreciate it. Thank
Have
you.
a great day.
You too. Is the clerk's office here on this last one?
Last one. Hey, this is one I'm familiar with. This is an issue where a request is made again to cancel a transaction.
Right.
Inadvertently, that cancellation didn't reach the person assigned to do the cancel.
Okay.
But as we stand here today, these transactions have been canceled and will be reinstated properly and accounted for in the next check run.
Okay, so does that mean that the money will be returned to the city?
Right.
Okay. All right, great.
So we're good.
All right. Thank you all very much.
Okay.
That's it. All right, Mr. President, we are done with that. Thank you, Wayne, for being down there. Really appreciate it.
Let me read it into record since it's on the
Yes, ma'am.
agenda. Thank you. At the top of page 20, item 1, City Code Section 2-551, vendor payment accounting hearing, Finance Department and Procuring Departments presenting on January and February reports of outstanding vendor invoices. Reports was received 2/27/25 and 3/27/25.
All right, I will move that we go into executive session. I'm sorry, Mr. Burnside, you want to make comment?
Michael Eric Burnside, 2215 Felicity. I'll keep my comment very short. I had a friend in Philadelphia 10 years ago who ran Airbnb. Obviously, the Airbnb she ran is different than the Airbnbs that exist now a decade later. I think Airbnb is sort of relying on the public relations of people like my friend who would have guests actually in her house. A general from Turkey come to see his son at the University of Pennsylvania and sit down at the dinner table and talk with her and me. it's evolved into a business that pretends to have a personal touch and doesn't. I would suggest that we just get rid of all Airbnbs, both residential and commercial, with the following exception, namely that any one human being can apply to be an Airbnb operator, similar to any one human being can apply to be a master plumber. And just like a master plumber has a license from the state to engage in master plumbing, so too could a human being have a master license from the state to be an Airbnb operator. And just like a plumber could not pass on his license to other people, so too could an Airbnb operator not pass on their license to another person. And that license would be good for exactly one and only one bedroom. That the master operator could operate one bedroom, and that would be it. So I think that we have master plumbers, I think we have master electricians, and I think they provide us with a venue that might allow small people to tap into something like the Super Bowl and still get a little bit of money from the pool available mostly, quite frankly, to large operators. Thank you for letting me talk. I appreciate it. Thank you.
With that, I will move that we go into executive session. That is seconded by Councilmember King. All in favor, say aye. 5 yeas, no nays. We're in executive session. Afternoon.
Excuse me, we need one more person to come back in off executive session.
Of course. I'll meet you soon. Too late. Tried to call you early. Called him 3 times and he called me now. Oh, sorry. You gotta push it over. So. Same as we have here in
I move that we reconvene. Can I get a second? Second by Councilmember Green. All in favor, say aye. Aye. 5 yeas, no nays. We are back in session.
Special orders of business. At the top of page 3, third order of business, presentation, Dan Mills, Chief Executive Officer, HBAGNO, Frank Morris, Executive Builder, HBAGNO, and Valerie Hart, Vice President, Noel. Honoring the work and impact of the Home Builders Association of Greater New Orleans as a professional organization representing the residential housing industry, serving their members in the community since 1941. Their mission is to be the voice of the residential housing industry in the Greater New Orleans, enhancing the climate and protecting the business interests of the membership, promoting quality, affordable housing, educating members and the public as to industry business and association goals, promoting ethical and professional standards for the industry, encouraging responsible citizenry through active community involvement, supporting the HBAGNO is the New Orleans Educational League. They have provided over $2 million in repairs to low-income seniors and disabled individuals in our area. This 501c3 nonprofit also provides education to contractors and individuals in the building industry and to consumers at large.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Mr. Morris, you're no stranger to the council chamber. I'll let you introduce everyone and tell us about yourself.
Thank you, sir. Well, thank y'all for having us here, and good to see everyone in person for change. And hoping to see y'all in the future with a lot of the advocacy that we're doing. On my left is Chavez Nellen, who had much to do with the setting up of the carpentry and the materials that we needed for this. On my right is the president of Noel, which is Roy Olson, and Valerie couldn't be here because she had another appointment that she had to be at, because we have the Home and Garden Show opening tomorrow, as everyone I'm assuming knows at this point. So maybe y'all come by and fly in a balloon for a little while, because it ought to be interesting. I'm going to try to get the Lieutenant Governor to do that too, so we'll see. Anyway, I want to thank y'all for this. I mean, obviously we're not looking for accolades or recognition, but I think that under the circumstances, we really need to all band together to be able to affect these types of things to happen.
Let me just give a little background. I'm sorry, Mr. Morris.
Sure.
For those who don't know, we had a call to our office of a senior who had part of her leg amputated. She was wheelchair bound, and she had trouble getting in and out of her home in the Fisher Project, Fisher Community. The Fisher Senior Center, let me say that, Senior Living Center. And we reached out to the organization, and without any hesitation said, how can we help? And the picture on the screen is the result of the hard work that the organization did, free of charge, providing one of our residents a state-of-the-art, top quality, top-notch ramp so she can gain access to her home. And you all didn't look for any accolades, didn't do it. It looks easy, but it's a very narrow job, and it took some time, and you all asked for any money, didn't ask for any pats on the back. There was no media, just saw a resident in need, and we called, and you made it happen. So that's why we're here to honor you all, in addition to all the other work that you all do that goes unnoticed and goes unmentioned. So just want to give that background, and if you allow everyone to, you can finish, Mr. Morris, just let everyone introduce himself, and we'll go on with the presentation.
Sure, and most everybody here knows me, but I've been around for close to 50 years in the building business. Actually, sometimes I have to look back and really think about that, but it is the real number. My whole focus at this point is obviously to advocate and to mentor and to make sure that we continue to build a relationship with the council in the sense of promoting better productivity and better housing and affordable housing as best as we can at the moment, right, with all the costs that we're incurring. I would encourage the council, and I've spoken to several of you already, about still getting with us on the resiliency issues and the roofing permitting, because that is taken off in Jefferson Parish and really has started to affect, with the wind mitigation advisory task force that we have, lower rates. And I think that that's very critical to all of the citizens in the city. But, and I'm not going to hold the microphone here for too long, but thank y'all again, and thank you all for having us, and hopefully we'll look forward to in the future sitting down with you and discussing more. Sheriff?
Yes, how are y'all this morning, or this afternoon? My name is Chavez Nellen, immediate past president of Home Builders Association, with Frank being our legislative chair and Roy Olson being president of Noel. I also have a local construction company on the West Bank, goes by the name of Nail Builders. We definitely appreciate the opportunity to give back to one of your residents of New Orleans that was desperately in need of that ramp. The prior ramp that someone supposedly did for her was almost like a death sentence to her, and we provided her with the adequate ramp that she's needed. And I just want to say thank you for the opportunity. And if there's anything that you all may need from us, just give us a call.
We appreciate it.
My name is Roy Olson. I'm the president of Noel. I'm also a past president of the HBA. I've been in the business maybe a few months less than Frank.
Okay.
I was there when we were building the ramp. The lady was delightful, and she was very accepting, and we were so glad we could do it. What was there was somebody's attempt to help her out, but what we put in was an ADA standard build. It meets all the requirements, and we were able to help, and we're glad we could. And again, like both Frank and Shivers says, anytime you guys have a need, please give us a call and give us the opportunity, because this is what Noel does.
You know, I wanted to mention one thing is that we already have partnered up with Jefferson Parish with over $1 million worth of work a year doing this exact thing. It's not necessarily through CBDG grants or anything like that. It's funding that comes from different parts of the federal government in the sense of filling those gaps. But this allows us to facilitate the entire project with the bidding, the running of the project, and the completion of the work, working with you guys, and that's what I've been trying to get together with us for too, is to set that up so we can start that same process in New Orleans, because as we all know, there is a multitude of houses that are in dire need of repair, no matter what it is.
And I'd like to note, when we do work, what we've been doing in Jefferson Parish right now is we use licensed contractors. We make sure they're insured, so the money that we receive is spent by locals, locally. It's not going to a nonprofit that may be in St. Louis or something else. Everybody we hire is local. And so that way we feel good because we keep those guys employed. And then we also educate them as they go along, try to teach them the bidding process and so forth. So it covers multiple levels on this.
We appreciate it. I'll open the floor to the council members, starting with Councilman Green and work our way down.
Good afternoon. I appreciate the fact that you all are here. And as a realtor, I've owned a property management company for the last 35 years. But I've also helped a lot of people get into their homes, some of which were built by members of the Home Builders Association. So I just appreciate what you all do in the community to help people out. The substance of what you do, building homes, creating wealth for people, is what I like to emphasize. Our city could be a lot better off in terms of some of the areas where we have generational wealth concerns. A lot of that has to do with the fact that we don't have enough homeowners. So whatever you can do to encourage home ownership, we certainly, as part of the housing initiative that the voters passed, are going to be focusing on, in addition to everything else, helping more people become homeowners. So I appreciate any assistance that you can do in that respect, just encouraging people to recognize the long-term value, as you do often, but very deliberately. Let them know about the long-term wealth-building value of owning a house. But thank you for all the work that you do and for sharing your professionalism with the community, and we look forward to seeing continued growth in your area. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Frank Valerie. I always like seeing you guys. I appreciate y'all coming and dealing with parking in the city of New Orleans, dealing with all the trials and tribulations to get in here, but I want to ask one question. That balloon is not Mylar, is it? Okay. Only people here get that. But anyway, I appreciate all the work you do. You guys really are unsung heroes. I think that, I know Frank and I have worked together for a very long time, post Katrina, back when there were a lot of disreputable people coming in our community, throwing up very, very shoddy, quick houses. The home builders were really there to help us try and help residents navigate to reputable builders of homes so that they can have safe, healthy homes that they can live in. And you guys have always been the ones that step up when asked to advocate for the consumer, because even though you're a home builders association, having reputable builders building quality homes helps those in the industry, but also protects people from unlicensed, unqualified people that kind of pop up in every major city overnight to try and basically steal people's life savings, their insurance proceeds, all the different opportunities they have to improve their lives with a new home. It could all be for naught if they get, put together with a disreputable person who builds a home that's not a home, but really becomes more of a money pit. So I appreciate everything y'all do. It does not surprise me that when asked, y'all step up, because you always do. Whenever any of us calls and says, hey, can you help us get information to help people navigate what it costs to build a home or fix a home? Can you weigh in on building codes to make us know, because as policy makers, as lawmakers, we don't know the ins and outs of what it costs or what the trials and tribulations are building, really great homes that people can live in. And we need people like you to tell us, well, if you change this policy, it's going to increase the cost of someone buying a home by 10, 15, 20%. That's important. So I appreciate your advocacy. I appreciate you're all only a phone call away, and that you're always here helping, and even if the public doesn't always see it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I'm so happy to see you because part of the reason that I was interested in the Housing Trust Fund that passed with overwhelming support of the voters is because I live next to two seniors who are homeowners whose houses are falling into disrepair. And so the Housing Trust Fund really, selfishly, was to help with funding critical home repairs to make sure that our seniors don't fall into blighted conditions, especially as they're taking care of their children and grandchildren, etc. So I appreciate the fact that you helped this lady out, and I'm certainly will call on you. But I would also like you all to meet with us maybe separately to talk about how you can help with the Housing Trust Fund and how we can engage you to make sure that when we talk about critical repairs, that the Home Builders Association is there with us and bidding on the work that should happen going forward. So just thank you for being here. I had my invite to the hot air balloon. My mom and my aunt are here visiting, so I plan to bring them over tomorrow and take a ride. So thank you all.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to come down and present these proclamations and take a group pic.
Thank you.
Oh, you're going to take the pictures.
First order of business, a presentation, Chelsea R. Moore, MHA, MSW, LCSW Director, Thrive Kids, Students Wellness, Children's Hospital, New Orleans, and Jennifer Vegno, MD, New Orleans Health Department. Thrive Kids to present their yearly program update to the City Council. Thrive Kids is a comprehensive community-based program that provides in-school virtual care, mental and behavioral health services, sports medicine, chronic condition management, COVID-19 support, a dedicated nurse hotline for school wellness and virtual care, and education and resources for schools throughout the state.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you all for accommodating us today. We're very happy that y'all are here. We're going to direct all the hard questions to Mr. Pushow, so don't worry about anything.
I love that, yeah.
He's used to it. Good morning. Thank you so much, and we're so happy to have you. Please introduce yourselves, and we're interested in your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you for having us today. I'm Chelsea Moore. I'm the Director of Thrive Kids Student Wellness. I'm a licensed clinical social worker, lifelong resident of New Orleans. I have been at the hospital for almost 7 years, and before this I worked for Orleans Parish School Board, Recovery School District, and the Department of Children and Family Services. I can tell you that this work has been the honor of my career. I'm so pleased to do it.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having us. Am I supposed to sit up this far? My name is Mary Chastain Alford. I'm a licensed clinical social worker, and I am the behavioral health manager for our Orleans Parish Thrive Kids team. Started my career here over 20 years ago as a teacher in New Orleans, and after Katrina, really wanted to move into social work after seeing the large-scale impact of community-level trauma on our kids. And so that's kind of my clinical expertise is complex trauma and bereavement, and I am fortunate enough to support our school-based team of mental health professionals in our Orleans Parish schools.
Good afternoon. My name is Tatiana Collins. I'm a provisionally licensed professional counselor and a nationally certified counselor. I am one of the school-based mental health professionals inside of one of our local schools, Martin Luther King Jr. Charter School. I have been in the profession since 2021. I specialize in all things kids. I love kids, everything kids. That's me. Just grateful to be here today representing Thrive Kids.
Afternoon, Council. John Pushow, LCMC Health.
All right, so I'll take you through what we're going to go over today. We'll go over a little Thrive Kids overview. We'll dive into our target school programming, our community-based mental health support, our care coordination program, and then community outreach and partnership, and then take a little look ahead. Before we dive into that, I wanted just to highlight all the ways that this council's support allows us to intersect with the community. Manning Family Children's wants to bring health care to the community, and with the city's support, we're able to bring Thrive Kids. We're able to have our gun safety program where we're distributing biometric safes to families with small children. We're doing our work at the Juvenile Justice Intervention Center, providing medical and behavioral health support to detainees. We have our comprehensive behavioral health center, our 51-bed inpatient unit, which is the second largest in the state. Morgan Ray Center for Hope, that sees kids who have experienced violence in the form of abuse or neglect. We have our immunization bus, our level 2 trauma center that treats kids that have been involved in a car accident, a trampoline accident, or a gunshot wound. And of course, our City Seats early education program, where Thrive Kids also supports, gives developmental support to kids that are in those seats. So these are all ways that we intersect with the city and with kids, and of course, all of these are supported by the city. So I want to start by telling you a story about a student that we support. And so I want you to keep this student in mind as we go through and talk about the work we're doing. Sean is a 14-year-old. He lives at home with his mom and his 2 brothers. We got involved with him. He needed some help addressing diabetes management. He's had some inconsistent care over time, really due to a lack of understanding of the disease, and mom also had trouble getting him to and from appointments. We were able to get him reestablished with the endocrine clinic, and as we do with a lot of kids who have a chronic illness, we referred him to the psychologist. Well, that psychologist learned that he hasn't been attending school consistently for about 4 years.
And so a lot of times we think of kids who are truant as kids who are delinquent or they're not going to school for some other reason, but there's a lot of reasons why kids are not in school. And we talked to Mom about it, and she said, well, you know, Sean has a history of unaddressed trauma, some homelessness, and this is manifested in anxiety and panic attacks. He barely leaves the house and doesn't want to attend school regularly. So we thought about it, and we referred him to our telehealth psychiatrist, thinking maybe he would feel comfortable talking to her from the comfort of his own room. And that worked. You know, he started to learn new skills, and felt like he was ready to get back out there. We also provided Mom with transportation to the NOLA PS Family Resource Center so that we could get her to formally register him in school. She was also worried about him riding the bus because of his diabetes. We provided education. We were able to connect Mom with the school nurse so that they could include transportation accommodations into his IEP. And through this work, he now has all the medical supplies, the documentation, the accommodations, and the mental health support he needs to remain in the classroom. So what does Thrive Kids do? We are increasing healthcare by embedding mental health professionals directly in our schools. We're addressing those social drivers of health through early intervention strategies. And we're connecting students to primary care providers, to specialists like Sean, to the endocrinologist, and our dedicated psychiatric care team. We want to remove barriers that are keeping people from accessing care. So that might be transportation, that might be language, that might be health literacy, and it might be a financial reason. And if we do all of these things right, then we are hoping to foster improved academic and healthcare outcomes for kids so they can thrive. So through your support, this is the work that we've been able to accomplish since starting Thrive Kids. We have 20 target schools that are staffed with full-time clinicians like Tatiana. We were able to complete over 9,000 school-based counseling sessions, over 2,000 outpatient behavioral health visits. Those are sometimes in person, sometimes via telehealth. We attended to 100 crisis responses, and these are usually kids who are expressing some suicidal ideation. So we're happy that we're there for them. We have almost 2,000 kids enrolled in our program, and over 800 students receive school-based counseling since starting this work. And the primary reasons that we're seeing kids, mostly for behavioral concerns, seconded by grief and trauma. So I want to turn it over to, because these are numbers, right, and numbers are nice to look at, but I want to turn it over to Tatiana to kind of give you an idea of what her day looks like working in Martin Luther King School.
Yes, thank you. So working in the school day to day can come with its challenges, but it's also rewarding. So my story is a little different than a lot of my colleagues. The school that I've been placed in, as I said before, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Charter School, is actually the school I attended from grades pre-K through 8th grade. And from that school, I actually got a chance to experience a therapist who was placed at the school, who listened to me, who allowed me and helped me and assisted me in getting through my bullying challenges as well as my esteem. So being placed in a school that did all of that for me has been very rewarding because a lot of the kids on my caseload present with a lot of the same things I had challenges with as well. So I know Chelsea said a day in a life, but I wanted to kind of span it to a week in a life because the day in a life, you know, can be a little compact because every day I see a different age group. So on Monday, I see my littles pre-K through 1st, then Tuesday through Thursday, I'm seeing 2nd through 6th, and then Fridays, that's my big kids, that's the 7th and 8th graders. On Mondays, I'm doing play therapy with the littles, I'm teaching them about their emotions, I'm helping them to learn how to effectively communicate through play. But when we get to the big kids, it becomes a little bit more complex because then we're dealing with grief, we're dealing with trauma, social skills, communication, ways to effectively express themselves to their teachers, to admin, you know, teaching them the skills that they can use well past middle school. And being placed in such a diverse community of kids from pre-K through 8th, yes, you're going to run into challenges, but then you're going to be caught randomly on a random Tuesday morning at 8 o'clock as soon as the kids get there. There's a pre-K kid whose dad got killed last night, right? So now you're doing the same therapy with this pre-K-er that you're doing with the 8th grader on Friday. So of course it can look different, but being able to move the type of interventions that I'm using with the big kids into play therapy has been very, very, very rewarding to see these kids learn how to thrive using and understanding their emotions. And also talking to a parent or two about their concerns, being that parents always have concerns about how their kids are doing, being that sometimes kids don't really feel comfortable in communicating. But now that we're at the end of the school year, I can gladly say all of my parents have expressed that they've seen changes in majority of my kiddos at home. Does that mean that the work is over? Of course not. But, you know, just being able to get it started off in this school year, being that this is my first year with Thrive and also back on my old stomping grounds at MLK, I feel like I'm most definitely making a difference because I can see it. So, yeah.
All right, so then we'll kind of dive into our target school programming. This map depicts where our target schools are. These schools were just chosen through NOLA PS. They use an algorithm with poverty index and need, and these are the schools they chose for us to be in. I have it coded there by district for you council members. You can see we do have a large concentration in District E, but the need is there, right? There is a scarcity of resources in that area, so we're glad that we're able to be in those schools and provide this valuable resource to them. I'll hand this off to Mary to talk about this.
Absolutely. So, as I mentioned, I have the good fortune of getting to work with the 20 incredible licensed counselors and social workers who are doing the work every single day in our school, and it's been critical to us that we really are thoughtful in who we hire and how they connect with kids, because there's been multiple studies that show the relationship is the most important part of therapeutic interventions. We know that when kids feel connected or adults feel connected to their therapist, they're more likely to engage and get results. But we also know that we are dealing with a lot of grief and trauma in our city, and that it's really important for us to equip our mental health professionals with evidence-based training so that they don't burn out, so that they are more effective in those interventions. And so this shows a little bit about how many sessions we had last year. We've doubled that, been able to double that this year. And to the right here, you see some of the interventions that have been established as effective and evidence-based in working with our youth. And so, yeah, I'll leave it at that. Yes, so also there's lots of different ways we can measure or talk about, what is the success of Thrive Kids, how are we doing? One that is vitally important to us is hearing what our school partners and what our parents and caregivers have to say about the services. We want to be a part of that village, and we want to be a part of, really creating community to be able to support our kids. And so if we're doing a great job with the kids, but the school or the parents aren't feeling it, then we're not doing what we're really trying to do. So here's a few quotes that we garnered. Twice a year, my co-manager Sam and I send out a survey to our school partners and to our caregivers that are receiving services in our schools, and just kind of tell us, how are we doing? What can we improve on? Where are we meeting the mark? So you can see here, a lot of our school partners talk about us expanding the capacity, being able to reach more children and families, calling us professional, compassionate, knowledgeable, all the things that we're striving to achieve. And then I think probably one of the most rewarding parts of my year is getting to go through that parent and caregiver feedback, where they talk about, feeling grateful for this program, that their child feels very comfortable with our professionals, and, that sometimes they notice changes, whether that's in their behavior or ability to regulate their emotions.
So So we have this qualitative data in the form of surveys, which is certainly refreshing and meaningful, and we were grateful to have it. But we also have this quantitative data. We partnered with Renew to do a pilot program evaluation. We had a large number of kids we were working with that attended Renew schools. So we wanted to measure changes in school attendance, student behavior, academic performance, and mental health for kids who were being seen by our clinicians and enrolled in our program. This is a small study, so we had 2 years of data for about 93 kids who attended either Renew Laurel, Schaumburg, or Dolores T. Aaron. And we were able to compare those numbers from the year before to the year that we were in that school and operating it with that charter management organization. And so the takeaways were that 75% of the students with the highest suspension rates, so these are the kids who missed the most amount of days due to suspensions, they experienced stability or a reduction in suspensions. We also found that Thrive Kids students' growth in math outpaced the greater school population, and this was according to the MAP standardized test. And then 61% of the students we screened with pre- and post-tests, before and after treatment, experienced improvements in their mental health. So these are promising numbers. It is a small sample, and it was our first year, doing the work. But we know that this is just going to grow over time. But happily, these were good outcomes. So I'll talk a little bit about our community mental health support in the form of our outpatient psychiatric clinic. I know it's no secret that there are a shortage of qualified child and adolescent mental health professionals in our area, and many of them don't accept Medicaid. So then we hear stories about kids waiting 2 or 3 months to be able to see a psychiatrist or to see a professional. And, we think about it, we're like, wow, if my kid has a stomach ache or, has a rash, I can see somebody that day or the next day. But if my child is depressed or anxious or experienced some trauma, I might have to wait 2 or 3 months for them to get treatment. And so we wanted to eliminate that scenario. We have created our own staff. The staff is made of MDs, medical doctors, psychiatric nurse practitioners, licensed clinical social workers, and licensed professional counselors. They're able to see kids within a week of request, and they can see them either in the clinic or via telehealth. Our counselors are providing services almost exclusively in the evenings and on weekends so that we're minimizing learning disruptions, and we're also easing the burden on parents. They don't have to take off work to pick up the kids and bring them to their counseling sessions. This is our Thrive Kids clinics, the growth over the last year. In January of 2024, we were seeing about 72 kids a month, and by December of 2024, we were seeing 195 kids. We recently opened the doors on a new clinic space. A lot of parents really wanted that face-to-face meet with the practitioners, so we are now able to offer that 5 days a week, and I can tell you already, we've greatly increased the number of appointments. So we know that we're going to have even better data to report next year. And then we talked about the layers, right? We have the boots on the ground, the kids, the clinicians that are working in the school. We have the outpatient services. But then what are we doing for everybody else? And so we're able to provide care coordination to every student in New Orleans, or every child in New Orleans. And we do have kids in our program in every single New Orleans public charter school. And everyone that enrolls in our program, we ask some questions. We do an intake assessment. We assess them for those social drivers of health. This gives you a snapshot of what our families are dealing with. More than half of the families are saying they have a financial resource strain. Many are dealing with housing instability, food insecurity, and transportation needs. And the top 4 reasons that parents are enrolling their children in our program is because they are looking for behavioral health counseling, a behavioral health evaluation, that might be a mom that thinks their child is clinically depressed or has ADHD and they want to have that evaluated. A lot of them want to establish primary care. They don't have a regular pediatrician to bring their kids to. And many are without medical coverage. And so we try to help them acquire that. This gives you a snapshot of where our kids are living. It might or might not surprise you to know that 51% of the kids we're serving are in eastern New Orleans. By age, you can see we have the largest group is the 9 to 13-year-olds, which made me really happy because, you know, we take care of our babies a lot, and we have school-based health centers in all our high schools. And sometimes those middle schoolers, those tweens and preteens kind of get lost in the mix. But we have almost 40% of our kids are that age group of 9 to 13. So we're really pleased that they're getting access to this service. We've also partnered with our trauma center. We want to make sure that any student that suffers a traumatic injury gets the support they need so that they can return to school ready to learn with their, not just their physical wounds healed, but also the mental health support that they need. We want to make sure that every student has all the documentation they need to get back in school and acquire those accommodations if they need them. We want to make sure the school nurse has all the information they need to treat the child's injury. And we certainly want to connect them to mental health providers in an effort to decrease any post-traumatic stress reactions. And then we want to make sure they're getting to all their follow-up appointments. So we were able to meet with 86 families at the bedside or through a telephone call, but these were kids who were admitted to the hospital for a traumatic injury. Again, that could be a car accident, but it could be a gunshot wound, or it could be a trampoline accident. 80% of the students who we were involved with avoided a return to the emergency room or readmission to the hospital. And 94% of those students who attended all of their follow-up care appointments, which is so important with a traumatic injury because you need that rehab, you need wound care, you need these things to make sure you don't go back to the hospital and that you don't miss any more school and you don't have lasting injuries. I'll tell you another story. This is an example of a young lady who was, we met on our trauma service. She's a high school student here in New Orleans, as are her two brothers, and she suffered a gunshot wound at her home. We met at the bedside, and we talked to Mom. Mom said, you know, all the kids were struggling, that their father had died recently. There had been some exposure to domestic violence and some housing insecurity following their father's death. So we were able to help Mom find alternative housing, and we were able to provide her with a gun safe from the Gun Safe program. And we provided all the transportation so that Lisa could get to and from her visits. She had no missed appointments, and she's recovering well. We connected all three of the siblings with a mental health provider. The brothers are seeing their telehealth therapist, and they've seen the psychiatrist for additional testing as well. So this is a success story where we had one child that had a trauma, but we were able to help that whole family. Also, something we were really excited about, we applied for and won a grant from the Office of Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention to support children exposed to violence. Children's Hospital is one of 7 nationally awarded and the only organization in the Deep South to win this award. This enabled us to place a care coordinator inside the Juvenile Justice Intervention Center. So this is relatively new. We just won this grant in October, but since October we've been able to enroll 20% of the kids from JJIC into our program. So we're able to make sure that after they leave JJIC, they're able to make any appointments they need to. They can get connected to a school-based or a telehealth counselor. And if they were prescribed medication while they were in JJIC, we can make sure that there's no lapse in that. And I'll let Mary talk a little bit about this part because she is the education guru.
So as we mentioned, as I talked about earlier when we were talking about training our clinicians, we also We know that this is, it takes the village, it takes all of us that interact with our youth to support their emotional and mental well-being. So a critical part of our program is making sure that we are sharing that expertise that we have within our hospital, within our outpatient clinics with the community. So here are some of the presentations that we've done over the past year within either schools or staff. My favorite one here, Understanding Depression. Myself and one of our school-based mental health professionals got to meet with all of the senior girls at McDonough 35 High School during Depression Awareness Month and really talk to them about what are the signs of depression, how do you seek help, how do you reach out when you need it. So you can also see a lot of the other stuff on there is around trauma education, wanting to help other systems become more trauma-informed, and just be able to really support the community and feeling competent to support our youth. And we also love getting to do lots of outreach events. So we are up here talking about all the good work we're doing, and I believe that, and I believe we're also doing it because we have amazing community partners. We partner with so many organizations, from the Children's Bureau to Ubuntu to Project Fleur-de-Lis to communities and schools. And so those are just a few of the ones. I apologize for anyone I forgot. But through these outreach efforts, we're able to reach residents, caregivers, school staff in the community. So whether that's a Fall Fest, we can go to Fall Fest and register kids for Thrive Kids there on the spot. Or if it's, having our annual Back to School Boogaloo, which I'm previewing, I'll tee it up for Chelsea to give everyone the save the date for that big event.
Yeah, we will have our third annual Back to School Boogaloo at Joe Brown Park on July 26th this year. So we will be doing that once again. But enrolling kids, making sure that we're reaching the kids that need the services, that need the help, and going to all these different events and making sure we're getting the word out. And then looking ahead, we have great plans, and we are grateful for all of your support. But we want to establish a primary care facility in New Orleans East that will have dental and behavioral health. We are conducting a landscape analysis. We want to assess the full scope of school-based health services across NOLA PS. We want to identify gaps and eliminate redundancies and make sure that all of the funding is being used in the most efficient manner. We'll be scaling up our program evaluation. You saw the pilot, which was very hopeful, but we want to scale that up and assess correlation between program participation and student outcomes on a larger scale. And then, of course, we want to ensure program sustainability through long-term funding. And does anybody leave it for questions or comments?
Yeah, I think what we'll do is the usual, which is start to my right and go down left and start Councilmember Green.
Hey, good to see you this afternoon. Just want to thank you for the work that you do, especially in the mental health area. I know that it can probably be very challenging, as you mentioned, but you have to have a dedication to wanting to help those young people out. I'm kind of sorry to hear that when I look at the numbers that there's so many incidents, I guess it doesn't hit the papers so you don't see it as much, but I know that there's trauma in our community that we're all working to address so that there is less. But in the meantime, it's good that you all are here and that you provide that service. And just want to let you know that I know that the service that you provide, even though it doesn't get a lot of recognition, is making a difference in our city. Sometimes I like to say things would be a lot worse if you didn't have the services. It's kind of a negative, but you use a negative to emphasize the positive. So thank you for the work that you do with Thrive Kids, and we look forward to continuing as a council and as a city to working with you.
Thank you, Councilmember Green.
Thank you, Councilmember Morrell.
Thank you. As always, I appreciate your presentation. We know the work you do is important. This council is committed to a multi-year contract with Thrive and multi-year support, because every year you're building upon the previous year, and every year that these resources are available, you're not just helping the kids who currently have the resources, but the more we publicize this program and the more kids go to their peers and say, this program helped me, it exponentially grows. And there's always the danger with a program like this that if you have an interruption in funding for a year or two, it can just as easily contract. And kids who love the program, find the program valuable, if they have a friend in crisis and the program isn't there for a year, isn't there for 6 months, you lose that kid. Because when he needed that help, you weren't there to provide. So we are, as a council, are tremendously proud of the work you're doing, and we are committed to providing the resources with the school board to have this program go on for years to come.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember King. Good afternoon. I was familiar with the work that you all do. Didn't know you did as much work, and it's very needed. And you one thing I like that you said that you go where the kids are. So you have the back to school boogaloo in the east where 51% of your children are. So that's a lot of times you have these have groups. They don't go to where they're needed the most. So you definitely go where you're needed. I appreciate that, and I'm glad to see you on the West Bank. You're all over the city. Keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you, Council.
Councilmember Harris.
I appreciate the not only qualitative analysis, but the quantitative analysis showing exactly what the needs are and how many children you've served throughout the time of Thrive. I also appreciate the partnership with Children's Bureau, which I serve on the board of, and Ubuntu Village, which is invaluable in our community, as well as the other partnerships that you have. And don't be surprised if we call upon you to come to a District B wellness fair, or we have several young girls mentorship things that are going on, so we will definitely reach out to talk about mental health because it is so critical, especially in girls who are in middle school. I remember having a time, the worst. And so I think talking openly about depression and eating disorders and all the things that young women face is critical. And same for young men and our boys in this community who just need the resources and all the hugs and love that they can get. So thank you for everything that you do. We will continue to support Thrive Kids. And just thank you for sticking out with us. It's been a long day.
Thank you.
Well, I want to say thank you, too. I think my colleagues have said everything, so I'll try and encapsulate a few points. One is this has created a model that I think is unparalleled in the city for delivering mental health, particularly to children. And candidly, we're trying to take that model and see how we can replicate it for adults, both who need regular care and addiction-based care. And one of the things that really struck me as I was looking at your slide, of course, very smart to include all the council member districts in there, is that care is best when it's place-based. And you are not having to go to kids' homes or try to figure out where they are. For 8 to 9 months out of the year, they're one place, which is at schools. And so you're going there directly to provide the type of care that they need. And then also inherent in what you're saying is those wraparound services that not only they need, but sometimes families need as well, which is incredibly critical. I want to applaud you for also, as Councilmember Harris said, providing all that quantitative data. I will say, though, I love seeing that, but I also think the best thing that can be said about somebody, whether it's a person or an organization, is third-party validation. It's one thing for you to come here and tout, these are my numbers, this is the evidence, this is what the science shows. But when the school leaders and the parents are telling you, this is the efficacy of your program, I think that says an incredible amount about the work that you're doing. So we're incredibly proud of the quantitative and the evidence-based science that you provided us today. I hope you're proud of what you're hearing from others and take that as a source of pride. And I'll end with this. It was not lost on me. I leaned over to Councilmember Harris. The last bullet point was ensuring program sustainability through long-term funding. You have our absolute commitment to that. This council will work with you on making that happen, and we want to make sure that Thrive continues to thrive. So thank you so much for all of your work, and we appreciate very much you being here and continuing to not only provide the excellent care that you are, but making it grow and expand it throughout the city for all of our kids.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you. Thank everyone for their support, because we couldn't do any of it without your support. Thank you.
Thank you.
page 34, item 18, we have ordinance calendar number 34,989. Second order of business has been withdrawn.
Yes.
Okay. Page 34, item 18, ordinance calendar number 34,989 by council members Harris and Thomas by request adding council member Green. An ordinance to amend and reordain section 106-211 through 106-229 of the Code of the City of New Orleans relative to the protection of trees and other vegetation under the purview of the Department of Park and Parkways and otherwise supervise respects thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The Tree Protection Ordinance was first written in City Code back in 1956, and it is still the code that is on the books today. The ordinance is outdated and does not provide parks and parkways with the necessary tools that they need to preserve and protect our public tree canopy. My office has engaged, along with Councilmember Thomas's office, in several meetings, including a quality of life meeting, to discuss with Parks and Parkways, tree advocates, and residents about the updated ordinance. From those discussions, Parks and Parkways came up with an updated draft that I feel comfortable approving at this time. This version of the ordinance includes definitions that didn't previously exist, clarifies tree maintenance and protection standards, and codifies finding and remediation structure, among other necessary improvements that Parks and Parkways needs to protect our public tree canopy. It's important to note that this ordinance is not the end of the discussion, but a necessary path forward to continue discussion with the tree advocates. After this ordinance is passed, then Parks and Parkways will continue their monthly meetings with the tree advocates to make additional changes to improve the ordinance further. Parks and Parkways is here in the audience. If y'all have anything to say, feel free to come up at this time.
You pretty much covered what I was going to say, but just wanted to reiterate thank you for your support in this, and that we do have plans moving forward. We have a meeting scheduled on April 15th with the advocates, and we've started the process for creating a committee for creating a urban tree forest management master plan. So we've been talking with the boards and commission staff about that. Do you have anything you want to add? I covered everything I was going to say. So.
Okay, great. I'll go to public comments unless there's any comments from the dais. If not, Michael Burnside, followed by Mary Maizanga-Bala, followed by David Marcello. And just remember, you each have 2 minutes to speak. Say if you're a public actor or not, and please provide your addresses.
I don't know anymore too much. Public actor. I don't get paid to be here, I know that, but on the other hand, sometimes I act in public. I don't know exactly where to start, except that I'm in favor of trees. I like trees. I'm glad the city has trees. And obviously trees need to be taken care of. And in order to be taken care of, sometimes Mother Nature does not need human beings, but oftentimes if a tree is in an urban environment, it needs human beings to care for it in one way or another. And in order to care for it, those human beings need to be paid, and there needs to be enough of them. So we're coming back to Parks and Parkways not really having enough staff, in my personal opinion. I would not necessarily balloon Parks and Parkways hugely immediately, but again, long-term planning, right? 8-year master plan for not just trees, but for the employees that do the work. Because there's a lot of trees that don't get the attention that they could benefit from. And some of those trees are in my community. And also, there are stumps and other things that are not really trees, but could be removed to the benefit of my community. And necessarily, the trees that we have are simply high priority trees. Not all trees are high priority, but they still should be done at some point. This is now not a fair statement, but I have a utility pole, which is not a tree now, it's dead, that has an inspection sticker from 1964. So my neighborhood has been ignored, quite frankly, by many people for a long time. So it would be nice if our city had a few more tree inspectors, a few more arborists, a few more people who are willing to cut down trees, trim trees, and otherwise do everything that actually needs to be done.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. Well said. Mary Marzane Gabala, followed by David Marcello. And then after David, Scott Howard, and then Suzanne Burley.
I'm Mary Rising Wall, 11-19 South Shenwell. I've sat patiently through one Zoom and 2 meetings with the personnel from Parks and Parkways and various other departments to ostensibly discuss Park and Parkways rewrite of the 1956 tree ordinance. Not once have we sat down and discussed the document section by section, and yet I found out yesterday afternoon that it was going to be before the council today for approval. There are numerous inadequacies and omissions in this document, and I respectfully ask that you not pass this ordinance in its current inadequate form. Some of the inadequacies and omissions include the following. Omitted from the ordinance, neighborhoods need advanced warning regarding when and why a mature tree is being removed. The Neighborhood Engagement Office has email points of contact for all established neighborhood organizations. Transparency is not addressed. Parks and Parkways need to post for public access on their website and on the Notice Me system all orders of remedial action, permits approved, denied, withheld, or revoked, all fines imposed, all other enforcement actions taken. Cooperation is not addressed. The city and its agencies, boards, commissions, and departments and their contractors must communicate and cooperate with each other in order to protect, preserve, and expand the New Orleans tree canopy to the maximum feasible extent, and must observe best practices as defined in most of the recent ISA and ANSI publications. Section 106.220 on enforcement, it needs to be specified that failure of any party to follow procedures required by this chapter constitutes grounds for revoking or withholding future permits. Penalties need to be...
Mary, that's your time. That's your 2 minutes. We can't hear you, but I'll have someone come see you, okay? Thank you. David Marcello, followed by Scott Howard.
Well, I'll just say I agreed with what Mary had to say and some of what she didn't quite get to finish. This ordinance is a shell, and it's playing a shell game with the press and the public. It's a shell because of what isn't in it, meaningful tree reform. It's playing a shell game because it moves around verbiage in the old 1956 city code without making changes of great consequence. The council could improve the ordinance by adding amendments that address some of its inadequacies. No transparency, an item that Councilmember Giarrusso mentioned back on October 7th at that Quality of Life Committee meeting. Hadn't been any movement on that. No cooperation among departments and contractors, inadequate enforcement. So the department says they will continue meeting with tree advocates. Why is it necessary to push this ordinance through today instead of giving that process the opportunity to work further? The department says we've worked with the tree advocates. That's inaccurate. They've met with us very reluctantly, but they have relentlessly refused to engage with our concerns. At the last meeting, we were told explicitly, we will not consider T.C. NOLA's proposed ordinance. Now, what kind of a negotiation is that? They won't even discuss things that we've identified as important. The theory seems to be, say no to every proposed reform, and they haven't agreed to a single one of our suggested revisions yet. They announce, what a great job we've done producing this argument, and that's another self-serving misrepresentation. So don't be fooled by empty rhetoric. Please don't pass this weak instrument. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Scott Howard, followed by Susanna Burley.
Scott Howard, I live at 1208 8th Street. I've always liked an expression, 50 Frenchmen can't be wronged. And I don't We don't have 50 people here, but there was an email exchange earlier this morning with a bunch of other people weighing in. I think not a single citizen, somebody not necessarily involved with Parks and Parkways, is in favor of this. And it's not because we're opposed to enhanced tree protection. It's because the ideas of some concerned citizens who are knowledgeable on the subject have not been heard. I'm one of the people who's actually read the 56 ordinance and studied it in comparison with the current ordinance that's being proposed. There may be others, but probably not very many. And I can tell you that while there were some changes, really to modernize the language, even one substantive change with respect to contractors, so much was left on the table as to make it true what David said, that this is pretty much a shell. It's in the sense that it hasn't advanced things well enough. We did meet a couple of times, and both times, both our time limit and the agenda were curtailed by a meaningful exchange of ideas. It doesn't make sense to approve this now. To quote somebody else, my dad used to say, if an idea is worth following through on, it's worth doing right the first time. Let's do it right the first time. Let's take a little time. We've waited a whole year. We had these ideas on the table since March of last year, and not once has this meaningful exchange taken place. Why? We don't know. We're baffled by it. It doesn't make any sense. Please consider not doing it. We will do it. Let's just take the time in April to have a real exchange of ideas.
Susanna Berlin.
Hi, Susanna Berlin, 133 North Tennessee Street. We sincerely appreciate the administration's ongoing commitment to improving the city's tree protection ordinance. However, we remain concerned about the current push to adopt a draft that in its present form offers little measurable improvement over the ordinance already in place. Notably, even Parks and Parkways' own published standards are absent from the proposed language, raising serious questions about consistency and enforceability. This draft doesn't do enough to protect our city's trees, especially the iconic live oaks that line so many of our streets, or to support replanting efforts that are essential for our future. One big concern is that it actually bans the use of important tree care chemicals. This may sound small, but it can make it harder to keep the trees healthy and safe, and that kind of change isn't just unhelpful, it can be harmful. Over the past year, tree advocates, including subject matter experts and community groups like Soul, have offered to collaborate and contribute constructively. While a few errors were corrected and a basic purpose statement was added, the vast majority of critical recommendations were not incorporated. The resulting draft is confusing where it should be clear, and it obscures processes where transparency should be the standard. Additionally, key stakeholders have not been adequately engaged, and the broader public has had minimal opportunity to participate in a meaningful way. A process limited to meetings that allow for 2-minute speaking windows and 200-character online comment submissions cannot be considered inclusive civic engagement. A truly community-informed ordinance must be built through open dialogue and not developed in a silo. There's a meeting in April when this ordinance could be changed or even replaced. Given that, it's difficult to justify advancing a vote now. Organizations like Soul and Urban Conservancy have offered to fundraise for a process that meaningfully engages the public and for a consultant with professional experience to write a new ordinance.
That's your time. Any comments from the dais? There are 8 online comments. We'll add this to the record. I just want to close by also quoting someone. It's Voltaire, who is attributed with the quote, "Perfect is the enemy of the good." And with that, I move to adopt. I need a second. Second by Councilmember Morrell. All in favor? 5 yeas. Thank you. Councilmember Morrell moves to adjourn. I second. All in favor?